And welcome to, good evening and welcome to the November 3rd, 2022 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'm Chris McFarland, Chairman of the Commission. We'll be operating this meeting using the Zoom platform. At the start of each hearing, we will elevate applicants to participate. Members of the public wishing to comment shall write their names and addresses along with comments into the chat box. If you do not include your name and address, you'll not be recognized. You can also ask by raising your hand to be elevated to participant when we get to the public portion of each hearing. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and Town Conservation Agent, Charlotte Patel. I'll take a roll call of Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Chris McFarland, present. Tonight we have a quorum of 4 commissioners. Will Ashton and Eric Eisenhower are not present this evening. We'll be taking all votes via roll call with commissioners answering yay, nay, or abstain. Our first, let me just make sure I'm following things. Just for notice, stormwater permit 22-29 for 110 Jerusalem Road will be continued until November the 17th, if anyone's interested in hearing that. Our first, can everyone hear me okay? I know sometimes.
Mr. Chair, do we want to read the notice for that one, or do we want to do that on the 17th?
I don't have that notice, so we're going to have to do
okay.
it on the 17th.
Okay, sounds good.
Our first hearing this evening is NOI 22-34. I'll read that public notice. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw, Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 3rd, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for notice of intent 22-34 for Brian Campbell to build a small trail bridge over an intermittent stream in Great Brewster Woods behind Cohasset Town Hall.
Good evening. My name is John Cannell, and I have here with me to my left the applicant, Brian Connell. I believe the Campbell was corrected to Connell in the public notice that was published.
Apologize.
That's all right.
John and Brian, we have Katie on the call as well. Is there anyone else that you would promote? I think I see Vince in the audience. I don't see the last name, but if there's anyone else for this hearing, please raise your hand and I can promote you from the audience.
I can't see who's there, so if anybody.
Yeah, I don't see anyone, but if they raise their hand, I'll promote them.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
So I'm going to turn it over to the applicant, Brian.
Hello, my name is Brian Cannell from 228 Cohasset Boy Scouts, and this is for my Eagle Scout project. I am simply just building a bridge over a small stream, and this bridge will be in the Great Brewster Woods, and it will be 2 16-foot poles or boards, 4x4 pressure treated wood with 3 foot wide. And
Brian, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
Can you scoot closer to your microphone, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we'll have 2 16-foot boards, 4x4 pressure treated wood, and 16 3-foot wide, 1 foot long boards going across. And the reasoning is it's a hazard right now because during the winter it could get icy and there's sticks and some stones there, and it's also muddy during the summer, and it will not disturb nature. And And that's really it. If you have any questions, I'll proceed with my project before Christmas Day. Thank you.
Charlotte, could you show the plan a little bit so that Brian can kind of give us a better explanation of where it exactly is?
Sure, I can also share photos too, but right now I'll keep the plan open. I guess, Brian, do you want to walk us through a little bit more like with the bridge? And I have the detail here too, if that helps.
Yeah, so.
Just to help Brian along, it's about 15, 20 minutes in on the trail after you enter from behind Town Hall. It's an intermittent stream. It's muddy most of the time that we've been up there. There are some pictures that show that so this trail, the main trail through the Brewster Woods, goes over this intermittent stream, and it's currently, as you can see, sticks and stones thrown down.
The stone's also blocking the water flow during the summer when it rains.
So the bridge, the footpath or the footbridge would be about 16 feet long. It would be gravity based. We're not going to use anything, no cement or anything like that. And it would just simply go from one end to the other bank and allow trail users not to have to get their shoes muddy or slip off one of those sticks or stones. And they're pretty common in trails if anybody does any hiking, to see these little footbridges. And anything else in particular?
No, it won't destroy nature. It's very helps the water flow underneath the bridge, so it won't be blocking the water flow.
I'll just add that when we went out there and we had John Zimmer flag the stream, that as you can see in this photo, this is a little bit further up from where that last picture was. People have definitely gone up and down the stream and placed other branch debris and stick debris to get over the stream. So Brian also was proposing to take these sticks and branches away and then just put them upland for suitable wildlife habitat, so that we can not just create that little footbridge to channel traffic from one end to the other, but to also clean up this area just a little bit and just to get these sticks out of here and just put them up further upland, so that hopefully the bridge will encourage people to obviously use the bridge and not to create these additional paths over it and walk all over the stream. These are just the surrounding conditions around the intermittent stream that John had flagged. So as you can see, obviously it's pretty dry, but this is the main trail point that where they're looking to put the new bridge.
So it looks like there's going to be a reduction in erosion from foot traffic there, as people, when it gets muddy in one spot, they're going to invent a new spot to get across. So this looks like an improvement to that.
Yes.
Charlotte, when you were there with or maybe I could ask Brian, when you were there with John Zimmer, how did he determine the boundary of the intermittent stream?
I don't think we were there with John Zimmer.
I was.
Oh, you were?
Oh,
I'm
sorry. Yeah, we were there with John and with Brendan Sullivan. So John flagged the edge of the bank, and he noted a bordering vegetated wetland that's much further up, so it's away from the project vicinity. But in this particular area, he just flagged the edge of the bank from the, I assume from the water, the bank edge, and he marked them on trees and surrounding vegetation when he was out there. But yeah, the bordering vegetated wetland is slightly to the north in this photo, but it's not where the project is. So that's why the BVW isn't pictured on the site plan.
And what type of wood will you be using, Brian?
Pressure treated wood.
it would be two approximate 16 feet long, pressure treated joists, if you will. And screwed on top would be pressure treated planks covering those two joists. It's pretty simple in design, and there may be some field stones that will either be used from around this natural area, or I suppose we could bring in from Plymouth Quarries to perhaps elevate one side to make it more level. But that's it as far as the construction goes.
It's basically like a construction of a ladder, except that the slats will be continuous.
Yeah,
Will there be any saw cuts made on site?
No, it's our intention. We've measured it a few times. Brian, we're pretty confident of the length, and it's just perfectly almost 16 feet. And our intention is just to bring the 16 feet two joists out with the treads and screw them on at that point. So we don't, nor is there any power out there, nor do we have a generator to bring out there. So
Good. So there'd be no sawdust from pressure treated wood
nope.
on site.
no.
Chris or Kathy, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that in the construction of this, that if we, approve it, that we condition it, the rock placement is not, there's no narrowing of the, what's been flagged as the, we don't want to create like a narrow area underneath there. So I'm all in favor of, these efforts and these projects. I just, want to make sure that I'm not going crazy with the rocks there and creating a bottleneck, if you will.
And Charlotte, did you confirm that the stream width at that point?
I don't, hold on, let me pull up the site plan, but I don't believe so. Although Brendan did add this scale.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just add that they also submitted a variance request for this project since they'd be working, directly over the resource area and in the buffer zone.
How's it going to be anchored on either side of the bank, on either bank?
It's not going to be anchored to the ground. It's going to be gravity.
Right.
And it's on one end, it's one bank is a few inches higher than the other. So we anticipate maybe putting some field stones, flat field stones underneath the other bank to make it more level. But there'd be no tethering or, spikes or anything that would anchor it to the ground.
Did Mr. Zimmer give any indication of what the, peak flow is at this intermittent stream? Yes.
No.
I don't believe so, but I'll pull up his wetlands report so we can see what he summarized when he was out there.
Do we have a site plan here that shows the larger context
Of the, sorry, the larger context of the,
of where it is, the location?
I think Brendan just did like that snapshot of that direct area where they would be working. But this is John Zimmer's report. So he had flagged the intermittent bank and stream, and then the existing walk trail pretty much perpendicular to that. And noted that the property is not within any priority or estimated rare species habitats, no certified vernal pools, and the intermittent stream is not depicted on the US topographical map and does not have a 200-foot riverfront area. So, and also no boarding vegetated well, and it was over here. That's not pictured. But for the site plan, this is what Brendan Sullivan had put together for the,
Charlotte, I mean, you walked out there.
Yeah.
Could you call up Google Earth and show us approximately where we're talking about here?
yes. Hold on, give me one sec.
Okay.
There is a trail map that marked it on the trail map. Might be useful. That was,
Was that one of the documents we included, Katie?
I think so. I sent it out. It kind of shows where in Great Brewster Woods it is. It's kind of in the middle. There's nothing significant that's near it that would give you a good reference where.
I would imagine the canopy is pretty thick with satellite photos, but perhaps there's a winter picture.
I've been out there many times, and in the spring it gets wet, but a little bit, but as you can see, it's so dry. There's a little bit of a flow maybe, but I don't even know if you could measure it. It's not it's not a significant stream.
Yeah, Google Earth is not giving me a good map, so I'm gonna go to my near map feature. Sorry, give me like 30 more seconds. I'm just gonna try and see
Why are
if
you
there's.
looking for absence of canopy?
Yeah,
Go to view historical imagery.
view.
On two, I think 2014 is a good one.
Okay. Was that on, that's on Google Earth?
Yeah. It's top left menu says view, and then down most of the way to the bottom says historical imagery.
Widger.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I see you don't have the app. That's why.
That's probably why.
Yeah, yeah. You need the app to be able to,
Charlotte, if you go to Mass Mapper, the 2005 aerial imagery is taken in the winter time.
Mhm.
It's not very good resolution, but it's
Yeah, that's something. Trying to see if it's trail or woods.
just go to Cohasset Town Hall and they pull up out.
There we go. You say 2005?
Yeah, you can search it over in the layers.
that'll work. That looks like it'll work, Charlotte.
Okay. Yeah, it should be, Katie, feel free to point me in the right direction, but I believe, it's from Town Hall, you pretty much
go up.
walk up
Mhm.
here.
Mhm.
I would say it's probably around here,
No,
but
keep going, because you go
No?
past those houses and then you keep going. There's a new house. Keep going. Yeah, there's a new house kind of cuts in. Oh, might want to go back a little bit.
would this be it? No.
If you go like further out, I can kind of get it.
That's a stone wall you were looking at there, I think, Charlotte.
Okay.
Can you zoom out a little?
Oops.
Katie,
Huh.
I don't think the stone house, the new house would be there in 2014. So if we're looking at a older
Oh,
map.
yeah, that would just be that.
I can type in the coordinates from the NOI form. It'll just take me a sec. Hold on.
Yeah, that'll help.
All right. I'm getting the coordinates right now.
Let's see if I can find the picture on the trail map.
Unless you brought up a more modern picture and then found the new house and then just scroll backwards in time.
Why is
Let's try the coordinates. That'll be right where it's supposed to go.
Grab
Instead
my
of
trail map.
trying to
It's really
locate it
hard
from-
doing a shared screen with multiple documents. Sorry, guys. Not fun. Do not recommend. Oh my gosh, this is so annoying.
If I can grab my trail map.
It's not loading, is it?
No, it is.
Oh, okay.
Just close that, you know. Kind of slow. Would you,
Hmm.
It says it's got it down at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't get why it's not loading.
I also have.
Katie, do you have something for us? Do you want to share your screen instead?
She's holding it up.
Oh,
So. Here, okay. Here's Great Brewster. Trying to make it better for you. And it's right before number 5 on this guided tour. So, okay. So there's houses up here. You come up, there's a house here, and then there's an intersection. And then you go a little bit farther and it's right there. So, I mean, there's nothing really near it. It's just,
Charlotte, that trail map was part of the application, so you may be able to get a better version of that.
okay.
yeah, ordinarily, we would have a location. It'd be required on your NOI that there's a location map that's adequate to establish the surroundings.
Charlotte, maybe because you put the coordinates in, it zoomed in. So maybe if it's just focusing solely on that, and that's why it's all gray. If there's a
Yeah,
possibility to
I've
zoom
tried
out.
it again and it's, hold on. I'm just gonna pull up the NOI packet and then I can pull in on I can look at the trail map in more detail. So I guess,
Oh, there you go.
yeah.
You
So
guys-
see where 5 is, there's that
Right.
little green, it's right there. That's the
Mhm.
square.
Now,
there's also a US mapper map that we had included in the submission as well. So I put down all the layers here, but it's a little bit easier to see on the trail map. And Dean's Meadow, I'll just note, is the wetland system that's at the end of Great Brewster Woods. So most of Great Brewster Woods is all upland, and then towards the second half and end of the parcel is the Dean's Meadow area.
We have to add the new trail that was previously done.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say, you gotta add Brendan's new trail.
Yeah, basically went from number 7 to down to number 9, kind of before number 9.
yeah, you know, without the property lines on there, it's really hard to then try to relate this to anything actually on the ground.
Is there particular information you would like, you're looking for?
Well, I like to see the context of any project that's being done. Frequently, the applicants will look at the exact site and it's highly focused, but in fact, context means a lot here. And it's really hard to put this one in context since I've never walked on that trail. I have no idea.
Oh, yeah, you should go. It's
Yeah.
only 30 minutes. It's only a mile. It's a great trail, little gem of a trail out there. So
I'm sure. but I've never been on it, so for me to just hear about it's past this bend or that bend means nothing to me.
Okay.
I'm trying one more time to get the coordinates and I'm going on my Near Map website because I'm getting annoyed with Mass Mapper.
Yeah,
I mean, I can show you where on that aerial photo too. Now that I have like the parcel lines, you can tell based on, you know, the green is the Cohasset Conservation Trust land, and then it's right at that corner. So, you know, but it, again, there's, you know, there's no significant features. There's no huge boulders. There's, you know, it's just there's nothing you know, there's no estimated habitat. There's no significant, it's an intermittent stream. It's nothing, you know, that you would see around except for your typical deciduous forest.
well, Charlotte, let's move on. You know,
Okay. Yeah, it's not the exact, the coordinates weren't 100% exact, but I can
Yeah,
at
they're
least
only
show
4
you.
they're only 4 digits, so you're not going to be able to get within
Yeah, so I mean, I can pull this up real quick, but just to
100
show you
meters
guys.
or even less than that. So
Yeah.
let's just move on.
So this is just a little bit better imagery, but
Oh, yeah, that is.
mhm.
So where is it on that?
Katie, so Dean's Meadow is about right here. So would it be a little bit further south?
Yeah, if you zoom out, I can give you
Okay.
a little bit better. Yeah, see, I believe right where that Great Brewster Park, the label is right.
So in this group of trees here, is that it?
I believe so.
Yeah, the tough part is because it's not a USGS stream that's mapped, it's really hard to.
Yeah, there's nothing significant to really go by. It's so small that you're not, it's like, there's not gonna see much, unfortunately.
Yeah, it didn't show up on Mass Mapper or
Yeah.
USGS either, so it's hard to provide a map of this area without just doing the trail map and, you know, general aerial imagery in Mass Mapper.
Could you zoom out just a hair?
Mhm.
It does look like it's going right through those trees. So Charlotte, if we were to approve this, could we condition that maybe an aerial photograph with the trail map kind of laid onto it could together kind of identify its location?
Yeah, I think we can do that. I would also recommend maybe including those details as applicable on the site plan that Merrill had helped create for us too. So if we can have those 2-part documents to clearly show where this location is, I think that's a fair condition.
We actually have a digital map now of all the trails in Cohasset.
Oh,
and-
good.
Yeah, so we haven't officially unveiled it to the public, but for
Oh,
this,
okay.
I can share the link with you and then you can just print something out from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That should
Well,
work.
I think what we're asking is for Brian to print something out and to turn it in as part of the package.
I'll send the link to Brian. Yeah, I'll send the link to Brian. He doesn't have, like, nobody has this yet. So
Okay,
I'll send the link to him and he can print it out. Yes.
okay. Is there anyone,
No, those coordinates don't put, those coordinates that are on the screen there.
Yeah, they weren't 100% exact. So I
well,
guess, yeah, should we get the coordinates from, like, do you guys have a handheld GPS or a phone that you guys can use to kind of get those exact coordinates?
They're off by about 400 feet.
I can show Brian how to use the collector app and grab a point. And then, but once I send that link with the trail that was used digitally, then that'll show exactly where it is. So we will have that point, but we can get that point.
Okay.
I can help you, Brian.
Any comments from the public? I don't see any. No? All right. Well, this is an NOI, so, this would be a -3 determination.
So as a notice of intent, actually, the creation of a new bridge over a stream is a direct activity that needs a notice of intent. So we actually submitted a notice of intent for this
Oh, okay.
variance
Oh, okay.
request.
So
Yeah,
we would have an order of conditions.
correct. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-34 with the special condition that the applicant will submit a broader location plan to show exactly where the project will be taking place. And as part of that, the specific coordinates of a point should be located on that map, and how the bridge, maybe it's a corner of the bridge or something along that line to ratify that. Any other conditions?
Did we want Chris's suggestion for a condition about no narrowing of the stream with the rock placement for the bridge construction?
Yes, we will add that as a second condition, that the bridge abutments, the stones that will act as abutments will not act to narrow the stream in any way. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second, we'll take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0. We also have to make I'll make a motion to issue a variance for work within a buffer zone. Right, in this case, actually over a resource. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second,
Having a motion and a second, we'll take roll call. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks,
Good
guys.
luck, Ryan.
Thanks.
Our next hearing this evening is an RDA 22-26. It's a new hearing, so I'll read it into the record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, Cohasset Wetland Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 3rd, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for a request of determination of applicability 22-26 from Todd Goff to remove a total of 4 hazardous trees from property at 139 Hull Street.
Hey, Todd, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hold on just a second. Okay,
Hey, Todd.
here I am.
Todd, would you like me to share my screen, or do you have anything that you'd like to share on your screen? You have the ability to do it, but let me know what you prefer.
I don't, other than
Okay.
the material submitted.
Sure, yeah. So I can pull up your RDA submission, and then we can pull up photos too. So I'll pull up the location of the trees. So just to give the commission a little bit of background, I had spoken to Todd about, he was removing some very hazardous trees that were in the process of falling over onto his driveway. So we did take those out. They were some Bradford pear trees and I believe a red maple. However, the trees that are proposed here, I did recommend an RDA submission in this case, since they may still be hazardous in some way, shape, or form, but they weren't in terms of they weren't like an immediate safety hazard at the time. So that's why I worked with Todd to submit an RDA for the proposal to take out these trees. The property has, Turkey Hill Run So one of the hemlock trees is right here close to Turkey Hill Run, and then the dead oak trees that Todd is also proposing are a little bit further away in the backyard, and they're all in a cluster here. And I can pull up the revised the RDA submission too, but just to give you guys this context with the site, this is a previous site plan that Todd had for a previous project so that you guys can see where the resource areas and the buffer zones are. And then I'll just note that this also includes a variance request for the removal of the trees.
So Charlotte, where's the resource area here, please?
So the resource area here is Turkey Hill Run, and it
Okay.
actually goes through the property underneath
Okay.
the driveway and then loops around. So the Turkey Hill Run is here, and so I would say that almost the entire property is in the riverfront area.
Okay. Do you have any photographs of the trees that,
Yes. Pull those up. So this is the hemlock tree. So you can see Turkey Hill Run in the background, and this tree has branches that are overhanging the power lines and is relatively close to the home. So this is just for reference. That's Turkey Hill Run, and the hemlock tree is pretty much right here. And then I have to pull up the RDA for the oak photos, but this is the hemlock. And then these are the Bradford pears that had been removed because they were hazardous to the driveway. But I can pull up photos from the RDA for the oak trees. Sorry, give me one sec. But Todd, while I'm pulling those up, do you have anything to add, or did I miss anything, or?
No, I think that's a fair summary.
Okay. Sorry, give me one sec.
so it's one hemlock and 3 oaks? That's what's being requested to be removed?
Correct. The hemlock, the main power line to my house runs through that hemlock tree. And I've been told by numerous arborists that it is a hazard, given the way that the tree is shaped, which is kind of beyond my ability to explain. But I also of note, my house is service of one for a national grid. And what I mean by that is when Cohasset loses power, they tend to go on and restore power to the greatest number of people possible. My line services one person. So I've been here for 10 years. When the town loses power for 3 days, I lose power for 5 days. So I've been told by numerous arborists to actually have that tree removed, because in the event of a storm, it's very likely that it would take the power line out. The ones in the back, the ones that she has up now, these are all oak trees they're standing dead trees. They're quite a ways away from the building. I mean, my dogs are in the backyard, my children are in the backyard. That it is a safety risk in the sense that limbs fall from these trees constantly, but they're less critical, to be completely honest with you. My plan was to lay them down, have the arborist limb them, cut them in 15 to 18 inch sections, and then I was going to split them myself and use them for firewood. That's the scope, the hemlock in the front and these 3 standing dead oak trees.
And Todd, you had a monster tree out there evaluate these trees as well, right? And did they have anything else to add?
No, I mean, I forget what the language is. It's in the application, but Sean with Monster had said it's a codominant stem, I think, for the hemlock that's of concern for its projected longevity in terms of how well it will grow into maturity. What's interesting is that there's 3 of these hemlocks along the front of the stream. 2 of them do not have codominant stems, and they're almost twice as tall as this tree that's split almost down to the trunk.
Charlotte, the distance to the 3 oaks looks quite far. How,
It is.
it's still in the riverfront?
Yeah, it's definitely much further away than the hemlock, but hold on, I can pull
So-
up the plan again.
The riverfront, the definition of the riverfront gets extremely muddled along the back of the property. It just kind of spans out into marsh.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
if
this is
you
a
look
bordering
at where my-
vegetated wetland here.
If you look at where my property, so if you see where the 3 hemlocks are, if you look at the property bound to the right, below it, to the
Yeah.
bottom, there's a pretty large rock formation there. It's certainly almost within, I guess, a 50-foot buffer of what is probably deemed a marshland. That's why we added those.
Yeah, so these oaks if you were to, you can't see the line past this property line, but it looks like the bordering vegetated wetland did continue over here. So it would likely be in either the 50 or possibly just outside of the 50 for the bordering vegetated wetland. And then probably for Turkey Hill Run, it's a tough call, but the stream does go through this property line. So it could be potentially, I would say, more in the outer riparian zone in the 100 to 200. At least based off of the delineations on this plan and what I saw on site.
Okay.
And that I saw in the application, there was gonna be some trees planted. Do we have a description of what's gonna be replaced, especially for that hemlock?
Sure. So I had my own designs of an orchard where those 3 oak trees are. I'm certainly open to suggestions. If there would be something of greater ecological value, I'm certainly open to that. I've already planted 3 other trees, one of which is a willow tree. So I'm making active improvements. And again, whatever you guys think would be to the greatest benefit, I'd be more than willing to plant. I'm going to plant trees anyway, so maybe some guidance would be beneficial.
Charlotte, could you put the plan map back up?
Yes.
Trying to look at.
Sorry, they're all separate documents.
Yeah. I've got the riverfront and all plotted here on my map. So it looks like those oaks are probably, they're certainly within the 200-foot buffer, or 200-foot, the resource. Got to remember that the riverfront is not a buffer, it is the resource.
Mhm.
It looked like they had leaves on them. To me, they were dead leaves, but the leaves on my oak trees are dead too.
Sure. So, I'm not an arborist. I can tell you that those leaves were there on that tree dead in early August. 2 of them are completely dead. I even asked him, look, I would, it is, the last thing I want to do is spend money to cut those trees down because they provide a nice break between the front part of my backyard and my backyard. The last thing I want to do is cut them down. But there are limbs falling off those trees every day. And if there's a windstorm, there's even more. And so that tells me that if they're not dead, they're not healthy. And again, I'm more concerned with the hemlock than I am the oaks, but I've had Sean of Monster Trees said in no uncertain terms, all of those trees were dead.
Yeah, I don't have a real issue with the oak trees. The issue with the hemlock really is one of the most important aspects of the riverfront is that the stream remains shaded as much as possible to maintain the lowest water temperatures possible. As these streams here warm, then all the critters that are adapted to cold water streams are threatened. So could you tell us a little bit more about what you're going to do to replace the shade that hemlock now provides?
Sure. So that area is surrounded by mature and numerous maples that are also in the process of growing and continue to grow. That area of the stream is extremely shaded, quite frankly, with or without that hemlock. Again, I'm more than willing to listen to the recommendations of the committee in terms of what other plantings may be beneficial. But I have immediate concerns about the power lines that are going through that tree. It will. I tried to bury those power lines, but that wasn't an option. And so I have to take care of the property and take care of the house. Charlotte, I don't know if you would have any recommendations. I don't know how to answer your question because I'm probably not qualified. But again, I'm certainly open to guidance and suggestions.
Yeah, so, oh, go ahead. Sorry, Tom, go
Yeah,
ahead.
ordinarily, we don't give guidance and suggestions. We really depend upon the applicant to have a plan. The only guidance I would give, or the only concern I have, is maintaining as much shade on that stream as possible. I see it does have 2 leaders, no doubt. If it doesn't have woolly adelgids yet, it's going to get them. Every hemlock in North America is going to get them sooner or later. So I don't really have any objections to removing the tree. I just would like to be reassured that something is going to be planted there that will provide as much or even more shade than on that stream than the hemlock.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, is there something we can say about what's on our recommended trees for, say, right next to a stream that we can kind of steer Mr. Goff to?
So obviously what's needs to happen is that the planting needs to be away from the wires. I would think, you know, something in the cedar family. You know, white cedar maybe. I think that might be an option.
We have Eastern red cedar on our list too.
Yeah, but they like drier, they like their feet
okay.
dry.
Okay.
Cedars like their feet wet, so
Okay.
I think the
Yeah,
cedar.
it's a unique situation because, I'm reluctant to plant anything directly underneath the power line because I think I may or may not still be here, but 20 years down the road, it's going to be the same problem.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I don't think you should. I think you should give it a nice wide berth. I think that what you want to do though is look at the stream corridor and ask yourself where you could plant something that if it got as big as what's out there now, you know, could it stay away from the wire? So, you know.
I see a wide spot in the stream between your house, due south of your house, and the driveway. And of course, that's probably it's either a pool or it's a shallow part of the stream, and it's in direct sunlight. So you could probably marginally improve the water temperature by shading that rather than under your power lines.
Yeah.
You see,
Okay.
I'm sure you must know where I'm talking about.
I
I'm
do.
looking at an air photo of this, and it looks like you could go a long ways towards probably improving rather than just replicating what you have now by shading that pool or
Can
wide
you
spot.
share it? Can you share what you're looking at with the rest of us?
Uh,
Is that possible?
I can, yes. Charlotte?
Yes, yeah, you should be able to share, Tom. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, let's do it. Screen 1. I'm talking about this area right here.
Yep.
So your tree it looks like this is the tree we're talking about right here.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, so if you shade this, and you don't necessarily even have to shade it with a tree. You could put some robust shrubs here, I suppose. Maybe, what's the alder that lives around here, Chris? Do you know the name of it?
No, I
There's an
don't.
alder that surrounds almost all the perennial streams here in Massachusetts.
Wouldn't another willow tree be really good there as well?
You may be, it would.
We have speckled alder and smooth alder for deciduous on our list.
Yeah, what people typically call the alders here, they call them water willows. They aren't willows at all. They're an alder.
Mhm.
Okay.
If that's what you had in mind, was to use a water willow, that is an alder.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so
No,
I
I-
would say that the strategy here would be to not just plant one, but try to, you can notice how the stream is covered everywhere, almost everywhere. And then you've got a big hole here. So this is a place where the water is certainly subject to getting warm, particularly if it has a black bottom. It's hard to tell from an air photo because of just the way the.
No, I wouldn't say it does. I mean, it's seasonal, so it, you know, it'll run completely dry in the summer.
Yeah.
And it's mostly, you know, gravel, rock bottom.
Well, I'm sure that it's been running dry for the last 2 summers, if not.
Yeah, it's not dry right now. It doesn't take long, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, yeah. So it is considered a perennial stream,
Mhm.
which means it flows all year round, but certainly under drought conditions it wouldn't. But anything you can do to shade this I would say, make me happy.
I have a question for you while we're here. The red line, what are the red lines that we see on this map?
That's the 50-foot buffer for
Okay.
the state delineated marsh here, the wetland. And so you're outside of it. The blue line is the 100-foot inner riparian zone. I didn't bother to plot the 200, but it's out here someplace. And so your trees are definitely within that 200-foot riverfront area.
Okay.
So if they're dead, I don't see a real issue there. I mean, it's probably just best to take them out.
Yeah, I wish they weren't. I can tell you that.
You know, you probably got a couple of cords of wood there. That's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've got several weekends of work there, that's for sure.
You know, they're out in the middle of nowhere, so why have Monster do it? Just drop them yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that makes me kind of nervous. I don't mind using a chainsaw, but I don't like to fell trees. That's like a different level.
Okay, that's probably
I'm not
bad
ready.
advice anyway.
Yeah.
Don't take
Chris or Kathy, do you have any comments?
The only other thing I say is just that, you know, nothing against Monster or any of these companies, but I just find it a little bit odd when we, you know, the tree service companies are also the arborist.
There is a conflict.
You know, it's they're a consulting arborists that don't perform the work. They're just kind of consulting and not to say anything about their you know how they are as arborists. I have no idea, but I just I can see that there could be a conflict. It's just a general comment, not really specific to Monster, this project.
Okay. Kathy, anything?
No, nothing in particular, just
Okay.
straight ahead and
All right, so I think, Tom, you're suggesting a number of trees or large shrubs in that area. I think maybe at least a 1-to-1 for the trees that are being removed.
I don't think that the oaks need to necessarily, well, yeah, they are in the they're in the riverfront. So yeah, they need to be replaced, but I think that if they don't have to be in the same place, I don't suppose. If they would serve a greater purpose, a higher purpose if they shaded the stream.
Right, so he'd like to take out 4 trees. I'd like to recommend that 4 new trees are planted. And that you know, he can, Mr. Goff, you can look at the list of approved trees we have a list, and Charlotte can approve that. But for 4 trees coming out, you'll put 4 trees back in, 3-inch caliper or greater. And as Mr. Bell has said, that they should be located in the area of the widening of the stream to help and kind of mitigate temperatures in that area. So I'd like to make a motion to issue how do I do this? This is a -3 determination with the condition that 4 trees will be planted to replace the 4 trees being removed at 139 Hull Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion, a second to issue,
And you did have the conditions in there, right? That the trees would be off the list.
Yep.
Off the tree list and shade the
yes.
stream. Yeah.
So having a motion and a second to issue a -3 determination for RDA 22-26 at 139 Hull Street. Take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0. We also need a variance for work within the buffer zone.
Research
make a-
area.
Yeah, in the resource area, yes. So I'll make a motion to issue a variance. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second to issue variance for work within the resource area at 139 Hull Street. Take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0. Thank you, Mr. Goff.
All right, thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks.
You too.
Okay, our next hearing this evening is continued. It was being continued from October 20th, 2022. It is stormwater permit 22-26 at 534 Beechwood and 32 Doan Street. I'd like to just note for the record that I have listened to the tapes from that evening and signed an affidavit to that effect. So I will participate in this hearing.
Good evening. Let me start the video. For the record, I'm Carmen Hudson from Merrill Engineers. I am here on behalf of Brendan Sullivan from Merrill as well, representing the project at 534 Beechwood Street. And if I may pull up the plan. So here we go. During the last hearing, which Brendan Sullivan from my office presented, you looked at this project, which consists of raising the existing building, which is falling apart, and replacing it with a new building with a commercial use and a residential use above. The request that you had made that that we improve the stormwater design by making sure that there was no sheet runoff coming off of the access driveway to the parking area. And the way that we are proposing to capture the runoff is through the implementation of these two trenches. They are 1 foot in width and 1.5 feet in depth. And what we're doing to make sure that they don't overtop and the runoff goes onto the street is we connected both trenches with a 6-inch pipe. And we are connecting that pipe to the existing catch basin on the street, so that as you can see here with the proposed contours, most of the runoff is actually going to come in this direction, is going to hit this curb, is going to continue going down. Here's the elevation 72, is going to come this way. Most of it is going to hit this trench. Some of it is going to continue this way. And there's a high point actually here in the middle of the driveway. So whatever comes from this direction is going to end up on this trench. Most is going there. So instead of, when it rains a lot, instead of it overtopping the trenches, we are providing that 6-inch pipe at the bottom of these trenches. So we still have a foot of cover on the trenches because they're 1.5 feet in depth. And then that way, it will be guaranteed that the runoff, or at least most of it, maybe just the very end of it will go to the street, but most of it will be captured by the trenches, and it will be directed underground to the catch basin on the street. So that was the only change that was made to this plan. I mean, I could go over the stormwater design, like the roof runoff now instead of, so right now the building is completely dilapidated, but any roof runoff goes onto the street and it goes over ground over to this catch basin. So what they're proposing here is to actually connect all of the roof runoff underground through a pipe onto the catch basin. So the flow, you're not going, it's going into the same pipe, it's going into the same drainage system, but it is not going overground and through the catch basin into the drainage system. It's just going underground to the same catch basin into the drainage system. So if you have any questions, I would love to answer them now. This was the only change from the last hearing. So I would love to answer any questions at this point.
Carmine, you said this building is going to be raised.
Yes,
So is there going to be a new foundation?
I would think so. Here, let me go to this is the existing building.
Yes.
So it's going to be completely different. Let's see. This project actually has already received a site plan review approval.
Mhm.
And it has been in front of zoning, and they still have another zoning hearing coming up. So this is this stormwater permit and the ZBA special permit are the last two permits that it needs before the building permit.
Okay, I just wanted clarification because as I said, I did listen to the tape and when this was presented last time, there was a lot of comment about reusing the beams, et cetera, which made it sound as if the exterior was being removed, but that the interior framing was all being kept. So it did not sound like a raise and rebuild. It sounded like a rebuild.
To tell you the truth, I would go by the record, but what
Mhm.
Brendan said, he is on vacation and that is the only reason why I am presenting. So he went through the project with me. So if that is what he said at the last hearing, I would definitely go by that.
Okay. The other question I have is, there's a handicap parking space,
Mhm.
and yet there's a sidewalk that seems to go to nowhere.
Oh,
No.
actually, yeah. So I understand that. And it's because of the line work, really. It's, to tell you the truth, it's very poor to see. But this right here, see how it says a proposed stone patio and
Yes.
steps? Okay, so these are the steps over here. There's a porch. So actually this handicap space
Yes.
comes here. You go up the walkway. And let me see, I know that there was a ramp. So that's the porch. I believe the ramp is coming up here and going up to the porch. I could pull the architectural plans to see how they access this, but I'm pretty sure that that is how they access it. Because anybody that parks over here can walk over to these steps and go up to the porch, but anybody that comes and uses the handicap space would come up here and go up this, so this is ramped up.
So that whole area where you see kind of three rectangles, that whole area is paved behind the building.
Oh, no, this is not paved. So this is,
And no, I understand. I didn't say the
Mhm.
parking lot. I said the area where there are three rectangles immediately behind the building. Right
Yes.
there, that
Mhm.
whole area is paved, yes?
to this line right here. To that line right there. So these are tanks. And this is the patio. So yes, this would be proposed stone patio. So this is, it's not paved, it's stone patio,
That's
but it's
paved.
impervious. Mhm.
Yeah.
So the handicap accessible route would be impervious. So we're coming here, 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 then it goes onto this stone patio and onto the porch. You see the elevation here is at 73
Yes.
and the elevation of the first floor is at 74. So there is a differential of 1 foot between here and here that is attained somewhere right there over that patio and steps. So the reason that you don't see, because this 73 is at the top of the curb. So the
Mhm.
reason that you don't see a contour in between is because the contour 73 would be at the, at the face of the curb, and 74 is.
No, I understand contours. What I don't see is a ramp, so it's.
Well, it
impossible-
doesn't,
It's impossible for me to say that a handicapped person can get to this building.
yes, so because of the slope, it's not a 5% slope.
Mhm.
So a ramp is not needed. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm the one that asked for the routing from the driveway exit to be changed. Could you tell me how wide that driveway is at the narrowest point there?
Right here. it
Yeah,
should
yeah,
be,
right in there. I can't read it.
I think the minimum width is 20 or 24.
Okay, so that's pretty wide.
Yeah, you
And,
see, this is a 20-foot, so all of these handicap spaces are 20 feet.
Sure, okay.
So this is
So-
probably 24. Mhm.
So it seems to me that it'd have to be pretty substantially crowned
Mhm.
to capture your runoff there.
Well, so
I mean, the
most-
runoff, the way you've got it set up, your runoff has got to run laterally to those stone trenches.
I think here.
And I just wonder why you wouldn't have just used a grate that crossed the entrance to the driveway. That's ordinarily what we see. This seems a little unusual to me. I'm not saying it's not gonna work, because I don't know. But do you know that this is gonna work? I mean, you said that some of that water's still going to discharge onto Doan.
Well,
That's
so,
what we're trying to avoid, is any of it gets discharged onto Doan.
okay, so if you see this contours right here, most of this water is going to come onto the curb. Now, anything that falls here, so anything that falls here is going to end up there. Anything that comes, on this side is going to end up right there also. And this is going down. You see, there's a 72.5 here and there's a 72.
Oh, I see. So you expect most of the runoff then to be collected on that
Along the curb line, yes, at the gutter line,
and then onto that J-shaped stone trench.
exactly.
I
Now,
see.
there's going to be some runoff that is going to come straight here, but it's not straight. If you take a look at this contour, it's at an angle.
Yeah.
And here, I know there's a 71 here. I don't know if you can tell.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So there's a little bit of a crown. You see that? That's a 2%.
yeah. Okay.
So this is going to go in that direction and that direction. But
Okay.
you see, if we are here, the fact is this is going to go over here and it's going to go on the street. So
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, great. No, I think that really addressed my concerns that there would be a substantial amount of runoff potentially coming off that paved apron onto a busy street, and
Mhm.
it looks like you've solved that.
Would you like me to zoom out?
No, I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Kathy, Chris, any further questions?
Yeah, just that this is like within a water, I think it was, they just changed the town website, the zoning map, and I can't pull it up right now, but it was last time I had pulled it up, and it's within the water protection zone for the reservoir. And just wanted to note that, like, I'd like to see, if we do approve this, some conditions about some best management practices for the parking lot.
So the parking lot, the majority of it is pervious. It's only this area that is going to be impervious. So the water quality volume that is going to be treated is only here. And this is not in a zone A or a zone 2. So that's part of zoning. And let me just go up there. Let me see. Zoning. I'm sorry, I'm trying to see where we are. So we are within the Downtown Business District, and the district is the Water Resource Protection District. So if you go to the zoning bylaw, what this does is what they're trying to regulate there is certain kind of uses. And for example, you cannot pave up to a certain percent. So that zoning district really has to do primarily with making sure that recharge happens and that there is no potential of hazardous materials going into, because it's within a watershed. However, this is a stormwater permit, right? And through the stormwater bylaw, that doesn't really pertain to stormwater, it pertains to zoning. So what would pertain to stormwater would be if it were within 400 feet of a surface water supply, which in this case, it isn't even, I don't think that Aaron River Reservoir is a drinking water supply, but we're well over, I think Brendan said like 800 feet from it. So, and that's something that you check on MassGIS anyway, or nice, what Mass Mapper now. So, or within 200 feet of any tributary to a drinking water supply. So it really, even though it's within the Water Resource Protection District in the zoning bylaw, that really doesn't pertain to the stormwater bylaw.
Well, water quality does it not?
Water quality,
That's what
yes,
the-
yes.
right. So we just want to make sure that, if we approve this, that any best management practices for protection, of water quality is, are followed.
Okay. So what we're doing here is the pavement is getting treated by these trenches, and then everything else is pervious, so it doesn't need any further treatment. But yes, of course, if that's a condition of approval, that's perfectly,
Do you have a section of the parking lot?
Let me see. So this is a section of the gravel parking lot. It's really typical.
So that's 2.5 inch? Oh, 2 inch and 3/4 inch? So that should be 2 3/4 inch crushed stone. Is that the idea? Or is that a 2, 2, 3?
It's 2 inches of 3/4 inch.
Oh, 2
crushed
inches of
stone.
3/4 inch crushed stone.
And then this is over a 12-inch gravel base. So what you would see would just be the 2 inches of crushed stone.
And what's the definition of gravel?
So gravel it's stone with some dirt. I would have to actually look it up, but so gravel itself is stone with dirt. So this is regular gravel, right?
Mhm.
That's stone with dirt, and up on top it has crushed stone. So we normally, when you're talking about like single family home projects, the language kind of gets thrown and people say gravel when they mean crushed stone. But yeah, no, normally gravel has dirt. And in this case, the top of it is going to be pure crushed stone, not gravel.
So Mr. Eisenhower brought up the point last week at the hearing that over time, this is going to end up not being very permeable. And it was brought up that this truly was a crushed stone driveway that would continue to be permeable. But with 2 inches of crushed stone over time, that crushed stone is going to just get crushed into the gravel, the gravel base, and they'll top it off with more crushed stone, but it's going to become less and less permeable over time.
So I can definitely see some value to that. However, that is the only way that really a crushed stone parking lot could be maintained. Which, I mean, what they could do is maybe like kind of like break it and loosen up the stone and then just fill it up with more stone on top. But that's about it. It's not, at the end of the day is not going to be impervious, but it is going to get more compacted. But the gravel base underneath, you know, it has dirt. So it's not like it's not a foot of crushed stone. It has dirt also. So there is some validity to that, I would say, to that comment. However, this really would be the only way to maintain a crushed stone driveway. We just loosen up the top and top it off with more crushed stone.
Yeah, but that what you're suggesting there is that if the system doesn't work, it's the way the system is.
Well,
But
no,
there's better, I mean, there are truly permeable systems that could be put in place that would last over time. Now,
so-
obviously the design did not call for that, but Mr. Bell's concern that you're going to get a flush of water onto the street.
Mhm.
If this isn't, I mean, the reason this doesn't seem to be a problem right now is because that's a gravel parking lot and the water's, you know, the majority of the water is not going to make it to the road. But over time, if this just packs down, which it will, then you potentially could have quite a bit of water running off into the road.
So just when we design a gravel, and when I say gravel, I'm talking about something like that, which is gravel, which is crushed stone with dirt underneath, and that's a base, and then crushed stone on top. When we design that and when we model it, we don't model it as like lawn, and we don't model it as pavement. So pavement, the CN for pavement is 98. Lawn, it depends on what kind of soil you have underneath. But for a gravel, the CN is pretty high. I think it's about 89, 92. So we already are taking into consideration the fact that it's not going to be lawn, that you're not going to be able to, you know, if it rains or when it rains and it rains here and then it rains on this person's lawn, you know, how much rain comes off of here is not the same as how much rain comes off of there. So we're already taking into consideration the fact that this is, even though is pervious, it's not as pervious as lawn would be. So I just don't, it's kind of, we already have a factor of safety when we design these things. Like, for example, in this case, this section is 98, you know, because it's completely impervious. And this section is not 98, but it's not that far from it because it's a gravel parking lot. So I think we've already accounted for it by the way we design it. That's my answer.
I think you may be missing something that Mr. McFarland is saying.
Mhm.
Whatever curve number you select for your model is not accounting for compaction over time.
Okay.
And yes, it may sound like it's close. I mean, I don't know enough about these the curve numbers to know whether they're logarithmic or linear.
Mhm.
So
Linear.
maybe it's real close to being impermeable, and maybe it isn't. Depends on the where you fall on that curve or straight line. So I think Mr. Eisenhower's original point is a good one, that these do tend to compact with time, but your model, it's not a time series, it's a one-off thing.
Mm-hmm.
So so with time,
Mhm.
your calculations are going to deviate from your original model. In the real world, that curve number is going to be going up with time.
Mhm.
And therefore your computer simulation of the runoff
Mhm.
becomes less valid with time.
Yeah, so to your point, if in fact it went from 92 to 98, then yes, it would increase by that much. If
Wait a minute, a
that
little while
were-
ago, you were saying it was you thought that the curve number you used was somewhere in the high 80s. Now it's 92. What?
It's either 89 or 92. But
Um,
regardless, it's less than 98. So you're saying that with time, it could act as a night, as a paved driveway.
No, I didn't say that. I just said that whatever curve number you've chosen to use to model it now is going to be incorrect as time goes by if it compacts. I don't know how much it would change. I mean, that's what we expect the engineer to be able to tell us. So I don't know, maybe you should model this at some higher curve number to see how sensitive it is to compaction. You could do a sensitivity analysis, in other words.
To tell you the truth, I mean, you could, I don't know how we would do that.
Well, it's pretty simple, isn't it? Sensitivity analysis means you change one parameter and run the model every time you change the parameter. So
I know.
if you're starting at 88, you might say, well, okay, let's model it at 90. Let's model it at 92. Let's model it at 94, 96.
Well,
until
the
you
thing
get to
is-
98. And then you could show us, you could make a simple graph to show us how it changes, how your runoff numbers change.
So what you're looking for is to see if it were to act as an impervious driveway, whether or not the stormwater system that we're proposing would still not increase the amount of runoff that comes off the site in that direction. Is that it?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Well, let me ask, maybe that's not necessary. How close are your runoff numbers to the pre-construction numbers?
So let me.
I mean, if you guys have really reduced by a large amount the rates and volumes, then we probably don't have anything to worry about. But if you're just meeting them, then we can almost be sure that they're going to, if they go up, they're going to go over. So, okay,
So, oops, sorry. So here to Don Street Catch Basin, that's where we're sending it, right? Let me see. So this is Don Street, and that's the catch basin on Don Street. So there were 2 design control points here.
Mhm.
One, which was this catch basin right here, which really everything that comes from here and here end up there.
Mhm.
And this catch basin right here on Church Street. So if we
It
go,
looks like your design point is now going to be, at least for the driveway, since it's going to reach those newly designed stone trenches,
Mhm.
the 6-inch pipe that ties into the town storm drain, that's the one we're interested in. not
well, the
other
thing is,
two.
both of them get connected. I'm sorry.
What?
Okay, so this catch basin
Yeah,
gets connected to this catch basin,
yeah,
and this catch basin goes into underneath the ball fields, and they both go into the same stormwater system.
yeah, sure. No, I understand that.
Hmm?
I understand that, but we're talking about one component here, one of your subcatchments, and that would be the parking lot area. And its pond would be the catch basin to the south. So those are the numbers that we'd be interested in.
Yes, but the way this was, so what I have right here is a design that has 2 subcatchment areas. One that is going to end up being so there is this.
Oh,
all of this runoff.
Carmen, are you telling me you combined your 2 basins into one somehow?
No, there are
The
2.
design point, you have one design point for 2 subcatchments?
No. So this, all of this, anything that falls on Beechwood Street, right?
Do you have we usually require a map of the subcatchments. Do you have that?
I'm sure we do.
Good, thanks.
Mhm.
I think that.
Yeah, it's towards the end, Carmen, I think. It's one of the last.
I think that'll clarify it.
Normally, let's see. Okay, here we go.
Okay,
So let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, so you see all of this is going to end up going into the drainage system, the stormwater system, the municipal stormwater system that goes in that direction under the Beechwood Street ball fields. And then this portion, which is the roof, the existing, not the existing, the proposed roof that is going to be piped.
I see,
Correct.
I understand. I understand, okay. So there's only 2 subcatchments. I thought there were 3.
Exactly. No, so so
Okay.
that would be if you were to break, so what you were doing was just breaking this one area. But at the end, all of this is going into the same municipal drainage system
Yeah.
that goes
Oh,
toward
okay, but
downtown.
we're really only talking about the parking lot here.
Okay,
So if we talk about that in isolation, you could model that in isolation, couldn't you?
we could, but we
Okay,
were,
so what I'm suggesting, Carmen, is that you do model it with a temporary design point, let's call it, or
okay,
of the storm drain to the south of the property. And
okay, so.
see how sensitive your model is to an increasing curve number with time.
So really, if you see, if we, so you want me to just analyze,
The parking lot, that's
I
the
know,
only
the only thing-
that's the only thing that's going to compact.
but at the end of the day, this parking lot is going to be contributing to the drainage on, you know,
Yes, I
that goes
understand
under
that.
the ball field.
Yeah, I
What is-
understand that.
And that, and let me just go, you had asked before if we were reducing the amount of runoff in that direction, which I think the answer is yes. So during the most common storm, we are reducing it, going from 166 to 139. So what you're asking for really is to keep the subcatchment area the way it is, right? With the system under Beechwood Street. But instead of modeling the gravel portion, to model it with a CN of 98 as if it were pavement, and see if these numbers are still less than existing conditions.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that
Okay.
that would be adequate, as long, because, I mean, the bottom line is, as long as you are not exceeding the pre-development runoff,
Exactly.
then even if the parking lot does compact,
Mhm.
as long as you're staying under your pre-development numbers, then even if it does compact, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Okay, I understand now. So
Okay.
I'm going to give Brendan the bad news that the hearing was continued, and I'll ask him to do that. I'll ask him to model the gravel area as if it were paved and see what the numbers do and if it's still at least matching existing conditions. And we'll provide those numbers to you.
Yeah, so before we get continued here,
Mhm.
is there an engineering solution to reduce or even prevent that compaction? Could you put fabric between the top layer and your sub layer? Would
You
that
can-
make a difference?
Well,
Or could you pick a different grade of gravel
Mhm.
to prevent this?
You know what, as far as compaction is concerned, the only thing that you can do is maybe provide so instead of having a foot of gravel, you could have a foot of crushed stone, you know? But
Yeah.
at that point now, things start getting very expensive. And also, I don't know, and I mean, I'm familiar with the project, but I didn't
Yeah.
design it, so I'm not as familiar. So I don't know what the subsurface conditions might be that might be restricting things. But that would be one way to prevent compaction by putting so much crushed stone that really it's just, at the end of the day, what you're really going to need to do is just rake things around, you know? Or in like you were thinking another material, kind of like, okay, maybe porous pavement. However, porous pavement is not the answer for everything. Porous pavement is meant for areas that are very well drained, because the last thing that you want to do is create problems underneath. And again, I don't know what the subsoil, the soil conditions are underneath. I saw that there was exposed ledge.
Yeah,
and
it's
I
gonna be
tried to
ledge.
find a
It's gonna be
plenty
ledge.
time. So, and as far as using a piece of fabric, that won't do anything. The only thing that does is really prevent the very fine soil from going into well, what you're trying to keep clean is the crushed stone, not the gravel, because there's already dirt in the gravel. So there really is no point to having the filter fabric, and it doesn't do anything for compaction. So my answer to your question would be putting a lot of crushed stone, maybe making all of that gravel just crushed stone. At that point, however, if it were my project, I would be modeled that as a pond now, because that's exactly what would be, acting as. However, are the soil conditions underneath conducive to that? I'm not sure.
Okay.
So having what we're proposing, right?
So the reason I brought that up is because obviously, if you find out that your runoff numbers no longer comply,
Mhm.
you're going to have an engineering solution that you come back to us with. So I just wanted to plant that seed in your mind that don't come back to us with numbers that fail,
That don't
but
work.
not have a solution to it.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
No
but I
worries.
mean, one that that is going to work.
Yeah, of course. Of
Okay.
course. No worries.
Okay.
And Brendan will have the pleasure of working on that, but yeah. No worries, it will work.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna continue this hearing until November 17th. Is that correct, Charlotte?
Yes, that is the next hearing. I'll just note that hearing already has, I think, like 6 or 7 agenda items. So I'll just caution, and then we have a couple on the December 1st agenda. So I'll caution that for commissioners just in general.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, after our discussion of expediency in terms of these meetings, do we really want to load that up?
Well,
Remember, we can't go past midnight.
yeah, I know. Well, I don't think it's fair for
Why don't we
Carmen.
why don't we do this, Chris? Why don't we just put a condition that will conditionally approve it, subject to this rerun of the model under worst case scenario.
Tom, I guess my concern is that the engineer is using common practice. I venture to guess that the numbers are going to fail, which is why it's gravel in the first place.
I'm not sure about
Well,
that.
then they'd be
Chris.
back in our, then they'd have to come back to us.
Yeah,
But if they do succeed, then we don't need to see them again.
yeah, I just want to mention to Chris McIntyre's point before, so this is in the downtown business district, and I don't remember what the coverage is, that the lot coverage, if there is one. But in the water, so this is zoning now, in the water district protection district, there is a maximum amount of impervious that is allowed for lot coverage, because again, what they are trying to do is making sure that there is enough recharge into now this is not a subcatchment area, this is a basin, right? So I believe that is the reason why the proposal is a gravel parking lot, not so much stormwater, but primarily zoning.
Mhm.
So I think it would be perfectly fine to have a condition, and I'm sure that if we cannot make it work for one reason, we can change it to crushed stone, or else we would be back to you for a modification. But I'm pretty, I'm pretty confident looking at these numbers that we would be able to achieve it using a 98.
You do have a little bit of room in your numbers, there's no doubt about it.
Yes.
I don't tend to look at the 2-year, I'm looking at the 10-year. And it just, I guess we can see. The
Mhm.
question for, I think, the commission is, do we want to continue this? Or are we willing to condition our approval on a successful run, let's say, of their model with a fully impervious, not necessarily fully impervious, but if you run it in somewhere in the neighborhood of 95 and it's good, then I think we can feel pretty confident that even as it compacts, it's still going to meet the bylaw.
I'm sorry. that
Yeah,
was-
I'm okay with that because I do think that at this point, they've met it. We just
Yeah,
think we
This
have
is
to question, I
insurance.
think we have to question it moving forward to make sure that our bylaws actually take that into account of what's truly impervious versus pervious.
yeah. Remember, the bylaw is about performance. And of course, here we're always talking about designs and models.
Yeah.
So we get stuck on that a lot, I think,
Mhm.
believing that these are, TR20 is a very, very primitive model. It was designed in the 60s or something, 60s or 70s. So it leaves a lot to be desired.
Mhm.
First of all, in terms of what curve numbers are admissible to be used with it, and there's just a lot of improvement that could be made to these models. So we're using it. We're using a Model T here to put it out on the freeway and try to keep up with traffic, and it's kind of ridiculous, I think. But that's the way the state law is currently written, though. That's changing, right, Charlotte?
At some point, yes.
Yes. Okay.
When, I don't know.
It's been changing for 20 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just add one more note that, at least based on some other commissioner comments, I believe this was from Mr. McIntyre, that it sounded like we wanted an update to the operation and maintenance plan for some BMPs on the parking lot. I checked the O&M plan for long-term, use, and they do have some conditions about how to maintain the driveway portion, but if we wanted to add that as a condition to revise the O&M plan accordingly to include BMPs for the parking lot management, then that would be another condition we could potentially add as well.
Thanks, Charlotte.
So Tom, you're okay with it then?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think it's probably not going to fail, but let's call this insurance.
Mhm.
So Tom, what CN number are we shooting for? 95?
Yeah, I'd say a curve number 95 it's close enough to impervious that it's hard to imagine that could compact so much to be equal to pavement.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it
But
just,
I can
that's
definitely see the
unrealistic to
point,
think that it's going to compact that far. So
And-
yeah,
and-
run it at 95, and it works. If it works with a curve number 95, then I think you're good to go.
Oh, yeah, and that's a very conservative number as it is. 95 is pretty up
It
there.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll admit that
Okay.
it is.
Okay,
So if you're close, well, I guess we'll have to hash that out.
Yep.
Okay.
okay. Yeah, I would be okay. Well, Brendan would be okay. I'm representing him right now.
Carmen, do you have any kind of landscaping plan on this property for stabilization?
I believe so. Let me just check and let me share my screen again.
Sorry to keep this going, everyone, but
No worries. Based on application. I think that's it. Hmm. Okay. So let me see. I hope you ask Brendan as many questions as you're asking me.
No, because I wasn't here.
Oh, no, not you personally, Chris. I mean the commission. Okay, so this is his erosion and sedimentation plan.
Yep.
Was your question if there was a landscape plan?
Yes, I mean, you do have some areas of earth.
Of landscape, yes.
So I just wondering, I'm wondering what's, and you're cutting down a number of trees as well, so I'm just curious.
It is not in the plan set. It is not in the plan set. I'm sorry, that's a completely different job. Oh, and FYI, Tom, he modeled it as 90 for the gravel driveway. So I do not see it in the complete application either. So there is no landscape plan that I am aware of.
Also, Carmen, I believe during the first hearing that Brendan had said that the Sestitos were definitely open to landscaping this area and making it look really nice. Some of my comments had been, any, vegetative landscaping strips, especially along the sidewalk areas. And I believe Brendan had said that they were open to, at least in the comments that I provided, he said that they were open to, planting trees along the sidewalk area. But it wasn't added to the plan at the time. So that was just, some of the general landscaping comments that I had sent and received, that it sounded like the applicants were definitely open to, landscaping this area and making it look really nice.
I'm sure, but maybe there could be a condition of approval to provide a landscape plan.
It's up to the commission.
Suggesting conditions, that's no. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm with Tom. I think if they can show in the model with those numbers that it's still good. I'm good with going forward with this.
Okay, that's fine, but I will condition it that we're gonna have a new a model that looks at potentials for compaction, and I am going to say that we need to have a condition that a landscaping plan would be provided. Tom, the last thing I'm going to just bring up before I close the hearing is, did they have test pits out here?
I'm not sure.
I mean, I know they know it's ledge at some point, but I'm not sure if there actually were test pits. I mean, this site is going to end up being like 256 North Main Street, where they end up just hammering away until the entire site is cleared out.
So Brendan had clarified to me previously that the test pits were conducted for the septic system repair, and that the remainder of the site is shallow to bedrock within 2 feet of the surface. Trenches along the driveway extend from the surface to a depth of 1.5 feet to treat runoff from the driveway. So they just did the test pits for the septic system.
So they did have test pits in that location.
For the septic, yes.
Okay.
And then he said he would send me the septic plan just so that, so I could look at it, but I don't know if the commission wants it, but they did do test pits for that. And I think the septic system was approved by Board of Health.
Okay. All right, well then, so this is, let's see, this is a stormwater permit 22-26. So I'm going to make a motion to close the public, just making sure there's no other public comments. I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing and issue a stormwater permit 22-26 for 534 Beechwood and 32 Doan Street with the following conditions. Condition number 1 being that the applicant will provide for informational purposes a second model which takes into account compaction on the on the gravel parking lot area. And that the post-development numbers of that model need to also represent that the condition is not worse than the existing condition. Secondly, the condition is that the applicant shall provide a landscape plan that shows what will be the plantings for all disturbed areas of the site, taking into account that I believe there are at least 5 trees that are being cut down, and that those should be the trees of at least 3-inch in caliper should be considered at a rate of 1-to-1 replacement at least for trees that were removed.
We want to update the O&M plan too for parking lot BMPs.
Yeah,
I'm
I'd
not
say-
sure what that one is,
say
Charlotte.
For parking lots, like to include in the O&M plan, some BMPs regarding, you know, the both the parking lot impervious entryway and the pervious parking area, as well as any additional impervious areas, that they have some BMPs that, you know, with regard to water quality. And I think you pulled those up, and I did see those as well. There's some EPA BMPs for that they can include, touching on salt use and that sort of thing.
Charlotte, I'm gonna leave it up to you to draw that one out, okay?
Sure.
Okay, having a motion, do I have a second?
Bergen second.
Having a motion and a second, this is your stormwater permit 22-26. We'll take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carmen.
See you in a little bit.
Yes. Our next hearing this evening is RDA 22-25, which was it is for 18 Dolan Lane. It was continued from October 20th because no applicant showed that evening. So
Hi, Donald. How's it going?
Aye.
Donald, do you want me to share my screen for the markup plan, or do you want to share anything from your end?
No, your plan that we've submitted is what we're doing.
Okay. So this is just for the commission's reference, this, previous, we have an order of conditions and a stormwater permit on 18 Dolan Lane for the proposed dwelling. So the site plan was marked up with red lines here. It's basically, and Donald, correct me if I'm wrong, he's proposing to just clean up this 25-foot buffer from any fallen trees, branches, and sticks left over from previous storms and from a recent visit from National Grid, who had installed and maintained the existing power lines, and they did trim and cut some trees. So basically, they're looking to clean up this 25-foot buffer zone area and not go into the wetland itself, but just to kind of pick up all the fallen debris. I had spoken to Donald actually about this earlier today, but my recommendation would be that the work should obviously be done by hand. This is a common request that we ask for any, RDAs cutting or removing vegetation. We usually want the work to be done by hand with no heavy machinery in the buffer zone. And then since this is in the 25-foot buffer and it's an isolated vegetated wetland, I would recommend that we do grant a variance if a decision were to be reached about this for removing the, fallen debris. I do have some photos to share, but I'll just keep this open for a sec to see if the commissioners have any questions, or if Donald, if you have anything to add.
No, just clean up the debris that's there.
Charlie, could we see pictures, please?
Yes. this over a bit. So this is kind of just starting at the entrance to the proposed driveway. So I'll just walk you guys around this IVW. So this is the 25-foot buffer that you guys can see. There's just some small sticks and stuff in this area. These are the power lines that National Grid had, recently, maintained. And so they did cut and trim some branches, mostly overhead. And some of that debris had fallen into the 25-foot buffer. And this area right here is kind of walking up and around the driveway. Going a little bit further, closer to where the house is now installed with the, transformer. And this is where I think most of the, Donald, correct me if I'm wrong, this is where most of the stick and branch debris is, including a fallen tree from a previous storm. So this has been left here for now. As you can see, most of the debris cleanup is on this side closest to the home. I think it's further north on the property, but kind of walking around this driveway up and around, and then down over here is where I believe most of the cleanup would occur inside the 25-foot buffer. And are these the 25-foot buffer stakes, Donald? These are still on site, I believe. I did see a couple of them. I just want to make sure.
Yep, that's correct.
And this is inside the wetland itself, so no work will occur in here. Took a lot of pictures of power lines too.
So, Mr. Stesco, are you proposing just to remove dead material that's already on the ground?
That's correct.
So no additional trees would be cut, no herbaceous material removed. It's really just dead wood that's laying on the ground.
That's correct.
Charlotte, can you-
Stumps would be left?
That's correct.
Oh,
Charlotte,
sorry.
can you restrict your photos just to the area that's going to be cleaned?
Yes, so this, hold on, I believe that, so the barrier is between the, I think the barrier pretty much defines, hold on, I'm gonna pull up the site plan just to confirm, but I believe the barrier does confirm where the 25-foot buffer is, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so a little bit further up. So the erosion control barrier is right here with the straw wattle. And so if you walk a little bit further in is the 25-foot buffer where that orange stake was. And then that would be the area that would be cleaned up. So let me just go back to the photos just that you guys have that reference point for the erosion control. So
So
walking a little,
those closed topographic.
so pretty much,
contours-
oh, sorry, go ahead, sorry.
The closed topographic contours were that outcrop
I believe
saw-
so.
that we saw in one of the photos just before.
I believe so, yeah.
Try to, I guess what I'm looking for is orientation, so I know exactly what we're looking at. And
So this was in,
right now, these are just pictures of a forest.
yeah.
No reference points whatsoever, no idea of what's going to be picked up and what's not going to be picked up.
Right.
And you're going really fast. I want to see tree
Sorry.
tops. I just want to see what's going to be picked up.
Okay, how about, I guess I can go through these a little bit more slowly. So hold on, let me go back. Okay, so I don't think we're really going in here, and Donald, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is
No,
closer.
we're not going into that area at all.
Yeah, so really the area of concern is not necessarily even around here, but that area that I was closer to the home.
Yeah, there's nothing in there.
Yeah.
No, that's just normal.
Yeah, so this you're not really, because the site plan had had selected the entire 25-foot buffer around the IVW, so it doesn't seem like you really care about this area
Yeah,
closer to the driveway.
there's nothing in that area except vegetation.
Okay, So this is really the area that we're looking at, right about, right past the erosion barrier where this fallen tree is right here.
That's correct.
So I'll slowly walk through these photos.
So
Sorry, I
how
took
many-
one.
How many down trees are there?
Well, over the years, there's been a lot. We had a storm about a year and a half, 2 years ago. There was a high wind event that blew some trees down, major trees. And if you look to the left of this photograph right there, there's one of them. And if we can get a few other photographs. And then, okay, see yeah, those there. And if you go up to the one up further to the right, that tree is in the wetlands, so that's going to stay where it is. Just take the brush out, that's what's there. We'll leave the trees in the wetlands, they'll decay, they'll be part of the wetlands, and it prospers the habitat that's going to live in there.
So you don't know how many trees we're talking about?
Oh, well, that are outside the wetlands area?
No, the ones that, how many trees do you propose to pick up? How many down trees do you propose to pick up?
Okay, well, you can see some of the brush that she's mentioning right now. So,
I believe, Donald, it's just the one large fallen tree that we had
Right.
been talking about, and then most of everything else is just the sticks and the branches. So as
That's
far as I'm
correct.
aware, I don't think there's any other fallen trees other than just this big one
Right.
here.
yeah, but
And-
that dead one there is in the wetlands, so that'll stay where it is.
Mhm.
So you
just-
mentioned that some of these trees fell, how long ago?
We had a major wind effect about 16 to 18 months ago,
It's the October 21 storm, yeah.
right, where it knocked out all the power in the town. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we're talking about.
And again, so I guess what I'm getting at is when this was initially before us and we, it took a while to work through it, is my recollection. And there is a proposed planting plan in the 25-foot buffer, if I'm
That's
not
correct.
mistaken. So at that time, any of this debris that was there would have been considered. And I would think that if you wanted to remove it, you would have brought it up at that time.
Well, at that time, we had a change in conservation agents. A lot has transpired, and your current agent is doing an excellent job. And anything I do there, I consult with her, I bring her on site, and we go through it.
Yeah, that doesn't really address my comment, I don't
Well,
think.
it's, I'm asking for permission to go into the 25 buffer zone and clean out the debris. This has been granted by this board in the past, and it's your decision if you want to grant it or deny it.
Yeah, ordinarily, we look at these buffers as important to the resource. They are not the resource, but they're important to the resource. They are a barrier between development and interference and that resource. And
Well,
it's-
that's why you have a 25-foot buffer.
I'm explaining what its purpose is.
So the purpose is to clean the debris out of that buffer.
I'm talking about the purpose of the buffer, not
The
not your purpose of removing
No, okay, one thing with a buffer and removing debris, it could create a fire hazard. All right, so I'm saying, let's take the dead debris out of there. That could create a fire hazard. If you don't want to do that, just state that in your conditions. You take responsibility for it. This board has granted this in the past at other areas. If you personally feel that, then that's your right.
One recommendation that I would have, and I'm going to suggest to the board, so, obviously, since the storm and National Grid, and, there's been a lot that's happened here since the resource area was flagged. I definitely have been to the site plenty of times, and, I've seen where the flags were, but unfortunately not a lot of them were visible on site. So if the commission was looking to kind of determine exactly where that brush was going to be removed to make sure that it wasn't in the wetland versus just the 25-foot buffer, if we wanted to issue a condition about just reflagging the IVW with those pink and black striped flags, so it's really obvious, and then kind of knowing where that 25-foot buffer is to allow the applicant to go in and just take out that brush, but not go into the wetlands, so that there's no confusion there.
So I thought we were removing fallen trees and now we're talking about brush.
I think it was just the one fallen tree, but the what I want to kind of clarify, and Donald, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this fallen tree is half in the buffer zone and half in the wetland. So that's where it gets kind of tricky here. So I think we really just want to go into the buffer zone, not into the wetland.
Right. And what you're seeing is fallen trees have a lot of branches, and when they come down, that's what we're considering brush. Part of the limbs of the trees have broken off and gone into that area. I mean, if you would like to come on site and take a visit with me, I'm welcome to it.
Yeah, I don't have a very good feel for what's actually going to happen here. I mean, the nice photos, Charlotte, but they don't really, I don't think give me a very clear picture of what's actually going to happen here. A lot of that stuff looks to me like in a year or two, a couple of years, it's going to rot. The ants are going to eat it. I don't see this as a fire hazard. Could be
Well,
wrong.
that's your opinion. Why don't you come on site with me and take a walk?
Yeah, I'm willing to do that.
All right.
Okay. So Charlotte, will you set up a site visit for the commission? We'll take a look at this
Sure.
in person, and we'll make a determination as to, well, we'll have to continue the hearing, and then we'll get out there, we'll take a look and
Okay.
come back
So,
and,
yeah, Donald, just to confirm, are you okay with continuing to November 17th upon a site visit with the Concom? And we'll try to put you on a little bit earlier. RDAs normally go earlier in the evening.
No problem.
All right.
and you'll reach out to Mr. Stesko
Yes.
and set up a time for the commission to visit.
Yeah, we can do at some point next week. So Donald will touch base on that.
All right, when just give me the date and time.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Our, sorry, our next hearing this evening is an amended NOI 21-03 and stormwater permit 21-02 for 87 Elm Street, and amended NOI 21-04 and stormwater permit 21-03 for 124 Elm Street. I'll read the public notice. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 3rd, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for amended notice of intent 21-03 on stormwater permit 21-02 for 87 Elm Street, an amended notice of intent 21-04 and stormwater permit 21-03 for 124 Elm Street for drainage, utilities, and ADA emergency access modifications for CHI Elm Street Realty LLC.
Good evening, Deb Keller with Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. I think the description or summary described what's gone on since the last time. I believe the plan was before you earlier this year for a minor modification for some adjustments. And since that time, as mentioned, an ADA walkway was required as they were furthering their building design for 87 Elm. And we've adjusted some of the drainage, and if it's okay, I'll share my screen. I can walk through the plans quickly.
Yes, please.
So hopefully you can see the plan.
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is the current plan set as highlighted on the first page. So the revisions are current as of August 29th of this year, 2022. The first change was on the existing utility plan, where we had gone out and confirmed invert elevations in the catch basin and drainage within the closed drainage along Elm Street. The purpose of this was as we were looking into the detailed building
Ms. Keller,
drawings.
could you zoom in on that, please?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
So the thing that was added to the plan were just the inverts to these structures. The structures were always on the plan. Obviously this scan isn't the greatest, but you can see the inverts that were added. And again, the purpose of that was the new building for 87 Elm in this location. We coordinated with DPW, tying the roof leaders into this closed drainage system. Therefore, we needed to know where those inverts were, so to make sure we're tying in appropriately. So I'm going to zoom back out. So the next change was on the layout and grading plan, which is here. So I can zoom into this a little bit. So as mentioned, an ADA walkway needed to be added as secondary egress from the parking garage coming out here, as well as the egress on the side of the building in this location here, moving up to the existing sidewalk on Elm Street. The other changes that were made is with that reconfiguration of the handicap ramp in this location is slightly different than what was previously proposed. It was turned almost originally parallel, I believe, with the sidewalk. And so we tucked it in closer to the building so that we could allow the walkway to continue on to tie in with the existing sidewalk on Elm Street. Some other minor changes were there was an ADA ramp in this location that was removed. It was determined it was not needed. They've also relocated a sidewalk. It used to be in the center here, and they slid it down so that it would be next to the building. This is the 124 South building. They also switched sides. The sidewalk used to be on this side of the driveway, connector driveway. They've now moved it over to this side to align with the access doors for both of the two buildings. And then the last change is shown on the grading and utility plan. And this focus is on, again, what I mentioned previously, tying in the roof portion of the roof leader for 87 Elm into the existing drain system that ultimately comes through the 124 property and discharges to the bay. Secondly, instead of having a sewer tie-in for the floor drains in the garage to the municipal sewer line, holding tanks were required. So we have a holding tank in this location for the two 124 Elm Street buildings. So there's a tie-in that comes in from the, oops, I'm sorry. It's my new mouse with extra buttons. Tie-in from the north building and then a tie-in from the south into this holding tank. And then there is a holding tank down on the rear portion of Elm Street. And one other note, I noticed that there was, we removed a detail, which I believe in the previous plan set, I'm going to zoom back, they had some type of filtration system in the lawn here, which was removed and maintained now of just regular landscaped lawn. So that I removed that detail from the set as it was not needed anymore. So those are all the changes that have been made since the last time the plan was before you. And a couple of things that we reviewed with these changes were the adjustment primarily of the walkway here, which would be an increase in impervious, and we wanted to make sure that that didn't have a square footage increase over what was approved, both through the notice of intent as well as the stormwater. And there is an increase of approximately 712 square feet with that walkway. But we do have there was a reduction in the square footage of 859 square feet, resulting in we're still maintaining a reduction from the approved plan of 147 square feet. So ultimately, I would call that a wash, that we do meet the approved order of conditions and the stormwater permit from impervious surface conditions. And I also reviewed the impacts that were identified on the original order of conditions for land subject to coastal storm flowage as well as riverfront, and they still pertain to the site plan. I believe I also did provide to Charlotte the active stormwater pollution prevention plan and EPA construction general permit that was obtained by the general contractor and is active on the site currently.
Okay, can you tell, where's the reduction in impervious surface?
So back in, let's see, March of this year, 2022, there was a revision to the plan that reduced, let me see if I can find that letter, that reduced the impervious area from the order of conditions by 800, did I say 800 and, where's it? 859 square feet. So the approved order of conditions had an impervious of 45,435 square feet. With the changes that they had made up to that March filing with the commission, there was a reduction from that impervious down to 44,576, which is where I'm getting that reduction of 859. So when we add this walkway back into the layout, we still stay below the original impervious coverage. And reading the previous minor revisions, the reduction was there was a slight reduction in the building footprint for building south, 124 south here, as well as the walkways from the original order of conditions. So that was addressed in a minor revision back in March. So I looked at that plan and moving forward to the current plan.
Deb, I'll just add that those changes were a result from the Chapter 91 license review where they had wanted some walkway changes. I can actually pull up the impervious stamped difference in the calculations if that's helpful, so the commission can see that from the minor modification. But yeah, just to clarify, those were from the Chapter 91 license review, mostly for 124 Elm Street with some walkway changes, which had reduced overall impervious on the site.
You don't have to call it up.
Okay.
Does the, I'm sorry, 87
Elm?
87 is the one on the left, correct?
Yes, this is 87.
Has that footprint changed?
Not from the plans that I have reviewed, no.
Charlotte, has that? I thought there was a big area of outdoor parking there.
There is gravel parking in the back here.
No, I understand, but I remember it being larger.
That has not changed. The footprint has not changed at all.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it, but I can pull up the previous version of the site plan.
No,
if
you
want
don't, you don't have to pull it up. It was just a question. It just,
Okay.
it's been a while since we saw these plans.
Mhm.
Deb, could you explain the holding tanks, please?
Sure. So there's two holding tanks here. So originally in the original approved plan, it was anticipated to tie the garage floor drains into the municipal sewer.
Yes.
Typically, you know, we can't tie them into septic, but normally you could tie them into a sewer, but the sewer, Cohasset Sewer Commission does not allow tie-ins into the municipal sewer lines. Therefore, we transitioned from a tie-in to the municipal sewer in the rear of 87 and the tie-in up here for the 124 buildings, and had to, so that these two holding tanks will now collect the floor drains in the garage level, so that any stormwater melt or anything would flow into these holding tanks. There's an alarm system on them, so if they get to, you know, with a float system, so if it gets too high, they know now that they have to come and pump it out. Most likely that any small runoff, snow melt or anything like that would evaporate in time. So you don't usually see too many times where these have to be pumped out, but they're also a good safety factor. So if you do have a spill or anything in the garage, it gets collected in here and can be contained and removed safely.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Charlotte, do you have any comments on this?
Other than, Deb, can you just clarify that based off of the, the drainage tie-ins and stuff, it doesn't sound like that would have modified the stormwater design or the calculations in any way? Not counting the impervious, just curious about the other aspects.
No, ultimately all the flow goes to, discharges to the bay.
Mhm.
So it's all going in the same direction.
Mhm.
Chris, Kathy, Tom, anyone?
No
No?
comment.
Okay. Well, if there's no comments from the public, I'll make a motion to, we're gonna have to do this one at a time, I guess. Let's start with 87 Elm Street. I'm gonna make a motion to amend NOI 21-03. But do we have an amended order of conditions? Is that what we have?
Yeah, so this is kind of weird where, Ted, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like the order of conditions had both the NOI numbers for 87 and 124, and then the stormwater permit had the same two stormwater permit numbers. So there weren't like two separate permits for each site. They were submitted separately, but it looks like the order and the stormwater permit were both combined for 87 and 124 for each permit.
That's correct.
So you're saying we can issue an amended order of conditions for both projects?
For NOI 2103 and NOI 2104, and then an amended stormwater permit for stormwater permit 2102 and 2103, I believe.
Okay. So we'll close the public hearing. I'll make a motion to issue an amended order of conditions for NOI 21-03 at 87 Elm Street and NOI 21-04 at 124 Elm Street. Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Having a motion and second to issue an amended order of conditions for NOI 21-03 and 21-04. Take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 400. Make a motion to issue an amended stormwater permit for 21-02 at 87 Elm Street and 21-03 at 124 Elm Street. Do I have a second?
Birgit second.
Having a motion and second to issue amended stormwater permit for 21-02 and 21-03. Take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 400. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay. Next hearing this evening is an amended NOI 21-02 and stormwater permit 20. I assume that's an amended stormwater permit.
Yes.
21-01 for 102 Howe Road, which has been continued from October 20th, 2022.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Paul. Yes, we can hear you.
Would you like me to share my screen?
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. How's that look? Just for the record, my name is Paul Gunn. I'm a design engineer at Morse Engineering. Here tonight to represent the applicant for the request for an amendment to a notice of intent and stormwater permit at 102 Howe Road. This request was initially heard on the October 20th meeting where it was continued. And on that meeting, the proposed landscaping, hardscaping, and tree mitigation was initially presented. It was determined that the commission's main concern focused on the lack of delineation of the resource area on an abutting property, namely this property here to the north, or Plan North, and the date of the delineation on the applicant's property. This concern was primarily due to the commission wanting to solidify which of the proposed changes were actually located within the 100-foot buffer to the BVW. After that meeting, we contacted John Zimmer of South River Environmental, who had done the original delineation, to update the wetland line on the applicant's property, as well as to extend it onto the abutting property. The wetland line on the applicant's property actually had to be abutted because it was older than 3 years. The new delineation consisted of 52 flags, which was surveyed and added to the site plan, and that's this line you see here in blue. The new line, as well as the new delineation on the abutting property, was in fact close enough to have a portion of the 100-foot buffer extend onto the applicant's property, this green line here. But the only work included in this amendment that's within that buffer zone is a small portion of the proposed pervious patio. None of the newly proposed trees to be removed, the swimming pool, or the deck within this amendment are proposed within the buffer zone of the updated wetland line. I believe that's all I have. I'll turn it over now to the commission for question and comment. Thank you very much.
Do you have the original plan available?
I do. One moment. So it's undergone quite a few revisions, but this was the plan that was seen at last hearing. So you see here.
I understand. What I'd like to do is I'd like to see a comparison between this plan and the plan that was previously approved.
I believe I also have that. One moment. I believe this was the previously approved plan.
So in this plan, I understand that the 2 pink trees fell down during a storm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In this originally approved plan, can you tell me how many trees were removed?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can give you a quick count. On the entire site or within the buffer zone?
No, on the entire site.
17, including the 2 that were 18. Sorry, 18 that were. Yeah, 18 on the site, including the 2 that were removed due to the storm.
And what was the required mitigation planting?
At the time of the previous approval, it was a total of 6 trees. These 2 deciduous trees and these for evergreen trees. We have since significantly increased that.
Can we go back to the
Oh,
the
yes,
new
certainly.
plan?
Yes, and on the new plan, a total of 19 trees are proposed, as well as over 100 shrubs and about 300 perennials.
So we're now looking at about a 10-foot high block wall. Is that what we're looking at?
It is not 10 foot high. It's about, so the actual retaining part of the wall, meaning the wall that's actually structurally retaining soil, is 6 feet high. And then it goes 2 feet above grade just to act as a parking buffer against that drop. So structurally it's 6 feet, but top of the wall to bottom is 8 feet.
But I'm seeing a contour of 52 at the hitting the bottom. Am I not? Is it 54? Is that is that
That's a
existing
54. That's an existing. The dash lines are the existing
Okay,
contours.
so what do we, if the,
So here, 56 ties into the bottom of the wall and carries over.
okay, so you're 56 and you're going up to 62-ish?
Yep, that would be the top of the wall. So yeah, sorry, 62 would be the proposed elevation of the pavement, and then
Oh,
64 just to act as a buffer to prevent any cars going off the side.
So it's an 8-foot wall.
Yes.
Any comments by commissioners while I'm looking at this? No? Tom, do you see anything in the wetland delineation you'd like to comment on?
No, I just say that I'm glad that it's been updated and it's complete. Gives us a much more accurate picture of what's being proposed in the boundaries. So yeah, I'm satisfied with that.
Mhm. Okay. Kathy, Chris, any comments?
No, I think that was the hang up last time, just the delineation, making sure it was accurate, so.
Right.
Can we look at the landscape plan for a minute, please?
Absolutely. The buffer zone on that plan has not yet been updated, but I just sent it to the, it will be, it wasn't updated in the PDFs I have here. But here's the landscaping plan. So you see here the old buffer zone. Now it kind of rides the property line like this. I did confirm though, that there are, I think, 2 or 3 trees that previously were not within the buffer zone that now are. I did confirm that they are in fact native plantings.
May I see the planting list, please?
Sure, there's several. There's one here for the driveway entrance, just because the plan, oh, you might be able to get all of these. Yeah. So the entry plant list, and then this is the plant list up closer to the house.
This is Sean Papich. I'm on the line tonight too, and
we've got a separate rain garden plant list because there was a rain garden plant list, Chris, that was on the original plan. That was prepared by, for the builder when they were working on this initial project submittal. So there's a separate little rain garden plant list there. We did include a plant list for the entire, essentially the entire project. So outside the buffer also, or outside the 100-foot buffer, 0 to 50, 50 to 100. To the other point there, we do have an entry plant list out by the street.
Okay, any comments by the public? No? Okay, without any more comments, make a motion to close the public hearing and to issue an amended order of conditions for NOI 21-02. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and second to issue an amended order of conditions for NOI 21-02, also known as NOI 22-33. I'm not sure why. We'll take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0. And an amended stormwater what was, sorry, Charlotte, was the stormwater information given to you?
Yes, so we have a revised stormwater report and affiliated with the site plan as well.
And it meets all criteria?
Yes, and Paul, correct me if I'm wrong if there've been any changes since then, but when I looked at it, I didn't see
No,
any increases in post-construction, in terms of pre-construction values.
The only change with this plan was the wetland delineation.
Okay. So we'll make a motion to issue an amended stormwater permit 21-01, also known as stormwater permit 22-27, with the condition that the applicant needs to comply with the best management practices for swimming pools, which has to do with yearly draining and backwashing and things like that. And obviously the requirements, the fertilizer requirements in our normal conditions, correct, Charlotte?
Yes, so the no herbicides, pesticides, et cetera, in the 100-foot buffer. And then there is a template BMPs on pool management and maintenance.
So I apologize. That should have actually been in the order of conditions. Anyway, so this I made the motion for the stormwater permit, amended stormwater. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion second to issue an amended stormwater permit, 21-01. Take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland. Aye, that vote passes 4-0. We also need to issue a variance for work within the buffer zone.
I don't
They are
believe
very,
any. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Paul, is any work occurring in the 50-foot buffer?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so
think
maybe
we-
plantings though?
Yeah, I think we're putting in some more plant.
Oh,
additional
yes, yeah,
Okay.
plantings.
Okay, thank you. So yes, variance for the planting work in the 50.
do I have a second?
Second.
Having motion second to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer. Take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Right.
Our next hearing this evening is continued from October 20th, 2022, and previous to that as well. Stormwater permit 22-24 at 318 Forest Avenue.
Yeah, there we go.
One minute, please.
Yep.
You gonna bring Alex on?
Yes, sorry. Thank you.
Mr. DeLisi, did you want to start?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just for the record, Attorney Jeff DeLisi, I'm here with Carmen Hudson of Merrill Engineering, my clients Dan and Callie Bliss. I'm going to keep my comments brief and then shove it on over to Carmen. The last hearing was October 20th. One of the prevailing questions that I took away at the last hearing, which you wanted me personally to look into, was the applicability of Stormwater Standard 5. I know that Town Council is on the call this evening. I provided the commission with a letter outlining that my analysis with respect to that. I concluded that the land use, that the standard applies for land uses with higher potential pollutant loads, that term is defined in the CMR, that the CMR definition references other CMRs that protect surface water sources within Zone A to a drinking water supply, and also protect groundwater from contamination of public drinking water supply within Zone 2 and Zone 3. Our property is nowhere close to those zones. Our proposed land use does not fall within the definition of land uses with higher potential pollutant loads. The only reference to animals within the CMR definition of land uses with higher potential pollutant loads concerns within Zone 2 and Zone 3 storage of manure. And in those zones, manure, according to the standard, should be stored within a structure designed to prevent generation and escape of contaminated runoff and leachate. The regulations make no mention of regulating animal urine, even in these protective zones. Even though Standard 5 does not apply to our land use, Carmen nonetheless has revised her plan. And in addition to vacuuming of the paddock regularly, which we had previously indicated as part of our plan, we are now, as belt and suspenders, proposing to keep the vacuum manure in a container indoors, so as to ensure that the stored manure does not escape into the surface or the groundwater. That's something that we're not required to do, but we think that it's prudent. Before turning it over to Carmen, just two more points. First, it occurred to me that the only way to truly prevent manure and urine from escaping or leaching is to create an impervious area for the horses, which frankly is absurd. If that standard were to be required, then every stable in Massachusetts would be in violation and all horse uses would be prohibited. So the second point I wanted to make just concerned the interplay between the bylaw, the stormwater management bylaw, that is, as well as the stormwater regulations. I wanted to remind the board that the bylaw, amongst others, sets forth purposes of stormwater management and charges the commission with adopting regulations, which are your rules and regulations. We're required to adhere to the rules and regulations, and they're in place to implement the purposes and requirements of the stormwater management bylaw. As far as I can tell, if we meet the regulations, then de facto we satisfy the purposes of the bylaw, which the regulations are designed to safeguard. So Carmen has already indicated that we've over-designed our stormwater system, that we actually improve our post-development calculations when we're only required to match them. The animal and sanitary issues were addressed by the Board of Health. That board already determined that we met their standards with respect to manure and urine. And and that board issued the required permits. And then briefly with respect to urine, I just wanted to remind the board that if managed property urine, most urine will be in the stalls, as we've discussed with horses, absorbed into the bedding. And our plan has us removing the bedding daily and placing it in a covered container. Any urine in the pasture will be minimal, and Carmen is going to address that briefly, as horses will only be back there for about 4 hours at most a day. Again, horses prefer to urinate in their stalls, so that we expect that amount to be minimal out in the paddock. So with that, I'm going to give it to Carmen, unless the board has any questions of me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Carmen?
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Good evening. Once again, Carmen Hudson from Merrill Engineers. Since the last hearing that we were in front of you a couple of weeks ago, I made some changes to the plan, and we also revised the long-term pollution prevention plan to put all of the manure storage inside the shed to prevent any kind of stormwater to go into the manure at any point. But if I may, I just would like to begin by giving everyone a little bit of background on the regulations. So the stormwater, the Massachusetts Stormwater Standards, the handbook, that is meant to guide us practitioners and the review engineers on behalf of the town to design systems that are required and not just systems, but any BMPs, whether structural or non-structural, to be designed to meet certain performance standards that are required when a project is within the wetlands jurisdiction. So here are the Wetlands Protection Act. It has the wetlands regulations. The wetlands regulation says, okay, well, if you have a project that is not exempt, then you have to abide by these stormwater standards. And the stormwater handbook is the reference that we go to that show us what we have to do in order to meet all 10 standards. So I just want to share with you, just once again, to make sure that it's very clear. When we file a notice of intent, I am looking at page 7 of 9. So this is the section that says other applicable standards and requirements. So this is a regular notice of intent, WPA Form 3. Question number 7 here is this project subject to regulations of the Massachusetts DEP stormwater management standards? If it's yes, then you have to abide by the stormwater management standards, and you have to be guided by the stormwater handbook. If it's no, how is it that you are exempt from having to abide by these standards? If you have you're working a single family house, it could be a single family house development, emergency road repair, or a small residential subdivision less than or equal to 4 single family houses with no discharge to critical areas. So if there was no stormwater bylaw in the town of Cohasset, this project wouldn't be in front of anyone, because it is not within any of the wetlands jurisdiction. Therefore, the stormwater standards will not apply to it. However, Cohasset does have a stormwater bylaw, and it refers to the stormwater standards. So I'm mentioning this because the stormwater standards were written assuming that the stormwater from a certain project would affect a wetland. So having said that, I know that we have already gone through, I'm sorry, I'm trying to move this. We have gone through every standard before individually. And right now, I see that there are 2 standards that are under discussion and have been under discussion, Standard 4 and Standard 5. So standard 4
So
is,
Carmen, I don't think you need to go through the standards. I think we've spent plenty of time on the standards. Could you just
Okay.
limit your conversation to what changes you've made?
okay, okay. So this is the latest plan. From the letters that were submitted from the abutter, the Greenups, it was mentioned that there was some concern about freezing, and there was some concern about the soil. So what we did is we are proposing to remove and replace 3 feet in every direction around the proposed infiltration system and replace that soil with sand. The soil underneath the infiltration system will be removed and replaced with soil, sandy loam that matches the parent material. We also, sorry. Okay, and we also located pipes, perforated pipes at the bottom of the system because there was a concern with freezing. This system with the pipes coming vertically, it drained, I think it was within like 5 hours. The test here is to make sure that the system drains within 72 hours. But because there was that concern with freezing, we put perforated pipes and outlet pipes, 2 5-inch outlet pipes at the bottom. So that way we would make sure that no water would be kept inside the system at any point, including, anytime during the year. And we still are reducing the runoff in that direction during every storm event. So those were the changes that I made here. But one more thing that I would like to point out, I actually have learned a lot about horses through this process. And something that I researched is that horses normally urinate between 1.5 to 2 gallons. However, Attorney Schultz mentioned in her letter, she referenced a resource that said that horses urinated 2.4 gallons in a day. So I know that it has been mentioned several times that the behavior of horses is that they prefer to urinate in the barn rather than outside. However, not taking that into consideration whatsoever, and just going by the numbers, if they urinate 2.4 gallons in a day, that would mean that in 1 hour, they would urinate 0.1 gallons. And if the horses are only outside in the paddock for 4 hours maximum, so that means that one 1,000-pound horse would urinate 0.4 gallons.
Okay, Carmen, I'm going to stop you only because we all know we don't pee 24 hours a day. So could you just keep your comments to the design so we can move on from this?
There is nothing else on the design. However,
Okay,
if the question is urine, we should address it. And I know that.
and we will. Thank you. Charlotte, do you or council have any comments to make on this at this time?
Sure. Alex, would you like to start and I can add anything as needed?
Sure, happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alex Wysite from KP Law. I know the main legal question that the commission has been grasping with is whether or not Stormwater Standard 5 applies. And after reviewing all the materials, I do concur with Attorney DeLisi's interpretation and analysis. In my opinion, Standard 5 does not apply here, largely for the reasons that Attorney DeLisi stated, but in particular, the fact that we're nowhere proximate to any drinking water resources, and the regulations that apply, are clearly limited to addressing uses with, higher potential pollutant loads in those specific drinking water resource areas. So, that addresses that issue. I know there's also some concern about the extent of the commission's authority under the bylaw to regulate water quality. And, you know, unfortunately, the bylaw really, and the regulations as well, don't have a very clear answer in that regard. You know, the bylaw clearly, as its purpose, has protection of water quality. But the regulations really don't have specific performance standards to evaluate how to determine, you know, when the project is adequately protecting water resources. So, you know, that leaves you know, in my opinion, the commission does have some authority certainly to protect water resources, but I wouldn't say it's, you know, unlimited authority. I think it needs to be reasonable conditions to protect actual adverse impacts to water quality.
Thank you,
Okay.
Alex.
Thank you, Alex. And Mr. Chair, do we want to address any public comments at this time related to the information said so far, or do we want to move on to questions from commissioners and then address comments from the public? So we have two right now from
Great.
Ms. Schultz.
Chris, Kathy, Tom, do any of you have comments that you'd like to make?
Not at this moment.
You're muted, Tom.
I'm
sorry.
muted.
Yeah, my only comment is really that I would hope that the applicant would be sensitive to the fact that there is a area of critical environmental concern within 1,000 feet of their paddock. The pathway to that area of critical concern does pass mainly through groundwater into a wetland that's a couple of 100 feet downhill, and then directly into Rattlesnake Run and then into Straits Pond. I know you guys are part of this neighborhood, and I'm sure you appreciate the beauty of Straits Pond. You probably also observed that we have a serious algae problem. And I would hope that you feel a certain responsibility to make sure that, you know, this is, I know you're going to take care of yours as well. I just hope that you're mindful of the potential for releasing even more nitrate to the pond. That said, I'm certainly listening to our attorney's advice and will vote accordingly.
Okay. So I'm going to, well, why don't we hear from other, if someone from the public would like to speak, let's allow them to speak. Charlotte?
Sure. So we have Ms. Schultz in the audience raising her hand, representing the abutter. Would we like to promote Ms. Schultz? And they did request that Mr. Haley and Mr. Greenup be promoted, but how do we want to proceed with that? Do we want to promote just one first, or handle the questions and comments separately, or
Just, I will ask them each to speak individually, keep it
Okay.
brief, and we'll go on from
Okay.
there.
okay. Promoting Ms. Schultz first.
Thank you very much. Apologies for the delay. My name is Jennifer Schultz, and I run the permitting and land use group at Sullivan and Worcester, and I'm also a Cohasset resident. Just very briefly, I first just wanted to note for the record and correct a incorrect statement made by Attorney DeLisi at the beginning of his statements, where he specifically noted in his opinion that your rules and regulations override and trump the stormwater bylaw. As a matter of law, that is incorrect. The bylaw is a statute. The rules and regulations are merely staff-made rules and regulations, and perhaps more significantly, written into your rules and regulations themselves in section 2A under authority states, I'm sorry, 2B, nothing in the regulations is intended to replace or be in derogation of the requirements of the bylaw or any other rules and regulations adopted thereunder, unless the regulations are more stringent. So to the extent that Attorney DeLisi was trying to make a point that you don't have to pay attention to your bylaw because you can pay attention instead to the less stringent rules and regulations, I would challenge that as a matter of law and logic. But most significantly, I think, is to expound on, I hope, what town council just stated regarding your jurisdiction in relation to the management and consideration of water quality under the stormwater bylaw. As I'm sure you all know, water quality is a term used 6 times in the very short bylaw that regulates and controls your jurisdiction here. In the, at the very top, 223.2 purpose. The purpose of this bylaw is to A, is prevent and reduce existing and future flooding, and B, is protect water quality. And moving to the next one, was just a definition of explaining water quality. But I think most importantly after purpose is the statement that under your performance standards, and this uses the term shall. The purpose of the stormwater permit and administrative approval program shall be to maintain the post-development runoff characteristics, and then it's a parenthetical, including peak flow, total volume of runoff, and water quality of the runoff. And then it goes on in the next section of B, it states that for performance standards, the performance standards shall include, but are not limited to, standards for the following. And under subsection 3 is pre-treatment and water quality. Significantly also under 223-9, submittal requirements. And this we think speaks to a fatal error in the application, even as it has been revised multiple times, is that it never addresses water quality of the runoff. And here in the submittal requirements, it says submittal requirements for a storm water permit shall include, but may not be limited to the following. And in subsection 1, stormwater management plan stamped by a professional engineer certifying post-development runoff characteristics, again, parentheses, including peak flow, total volume of runoff, and water quality of the runoff. And then finally, the language that we have stated multiple times before in, I'm moving back up into 2238 under performance standards, is again, applicants in subsection C, applicants shall meet these performance standards, where number 3 is pre-treatment and water quality, shall meet these performance standards and those of the Massachusetts Stormwater Management Policy, whichever are more stringent. And so to the extent it is town council's conclusion that standard 5 does not apply, our position is that that is frankly irrelevant to the ultimate question of whether this board A, has the jurisdiction to consider water quality, and B, whether they must in fact consider water quality, and C, whether the submission must include an analysis and determination regarding a stormwater management system that addresses and mitigates for water quality. So those are my legal positions. And Mark Haley, who Charlotte mentioned is also here with me this evening, is a geotechnical engineer from Haley and Aldrich with 46 years of experience. He has spoken at the other hearings and does have some comments on the newest iteration of the plan that was presented and shared with us yesterday. So if you would allow him to speak, we would greatly appreciate it. And I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you.
Chris, can I ask that our council respond before we move to the technical side of this?
Could we just, I want to just move this along. I don't think this has to be, this isn't I don't think we need a back and forth on this. And I'll tell you why. Because I think that we've heard from 3 council tonight, all with difference of opinion. We've heard from the DEP, and everyone has a difference of opinion. The opinion that really matters here is what the commission thinks. Now, I'm only one person on this commission. I only have one vote. But I do believe that we have a responsibility to consider water quality, as council suggested we do. Is it defined well? I guess not. And that's not something that we can fix tonight or anytime in the near future, but we certainly can consider it. And in so doing, I'm going to recommend at the end of this hearing tonight, and that's why I want to move it along, that we get an environmental, Charlotte, help me out here because you know the proper term, a third-party review from a person who can actually analyze the use of this land and the effect on water quality that potentially is being discharged. We're not talking about drinking water. We're talking about the water that you've mentioned, Tom, a number of times. It's going to go into the Rattlesnake Run and down into Straits Pond and everything else. I think it would behoove us all that we, that we're not looking at standard 5. Let's take a look at what water quality, what the impacts potentially are. And we may find that there is a very big impact and that we may find there's very little impact, but the easiest way to do that is to bring a third-party specialist in to do that, and we can move this ahead. So anyway, that's why I'd rather not just get into a back and forth. I think that Alex has said to Mr. DeLisi, he's correct that it's not standard 5. He said, to Ms. Schultz that yes, there is a water quality issue here that's maybe it's poorly defined and maybe it all ends up in a higher authority than we are, but that's going to be my recommendation. So that's why I want to move this ahead if we can.
Sure.
So let's bring in Mr. Haley. I'm going to ask him to keep his comments brief and we'll kind of go from there.
Carmen, I do see your hand raised. Did you have a follow-up comment to that before we promote somebody else?
Yes, if I may, I would like to address water quality. So, yeah,
Chair?
so.
Please, I asked for Mr. Haley to speak. Carmen can come back. We'll give
Okay,
Carmen a
sure.
chance to talk before we
Okay.
close the hearing,
Well, she-
or continue the hearing, but.
Okay, so she was just raising her hand. I guess we'll hold off for now, but I guess Ms. Schultz will promote Mr. Haley, and we'll just keep you in the audience for now.
Sorry. Good evening. Mark
Hello.
Haley of the firm Haley and Aldrich. I'm a principal consultant in the firm. As Jennifer said, I've been there 46 years. Anyway, and I want to first start out thanking the civil engineer from the Blisses, as we've had now, I think we've had 2 hearings and we're now into our 3rd. And yeah, after each hearing, the civil engineer has in fact changed their design to add additional accoutrements, if you will, or enhancements to there. And I'll just summarize those for a second. The first one, all it was a trench and a very small infiltration area. The second one included a trench with a under slab pipe that essentially directed the water into a much expanded infiltration area. As Carmen talked tonight, they are now, and some of the things I brought up was shallow groundwater and shallow bedrock. So now they're going in and they're excavating all the material from under the infiltration area, replacing it with a more permeable material, so they'll get better infiltration. Great idea. However, one of the things they've done now is they have this outfall pipe, which is a solid pipe, perforated pipe within the infiltration area, set at the same elevation as the inflow pipes. What's going to happen then is that's going to short circuit this system. As the water comes in, it's going to go its the path of least resistance is into the overflow pipe and then down the hill. And Carmen, if you could bring up that drawing. What that does then is it takes the water down and discharges it at the corner of the site, the southwest corner of the site, immediately adjacent to 62 Black Rock Road. That essentially is increasing the flow off of this site onto the neighbor's property, which I think your bylaw does not allow. I'd like to also have a comment on what Mr. Bell said, and I agree with you tremendously or correctly. We've always been saying here is the nitrogen and the phosphorus in the materials is important to look at, and we need to mitigate that before it goes downstream, downslope, and enters into a critical area of wetland. That should be the key piece that we should be discussing, not just looking at runoff today and runoff tomorrow without understanding that there are going to be 3 horses in this paddock. The other thing, and Jen Schultz has covered most of the things I was going to say, but there is one more item that in your definition under item E in section 22(3)(3), it says any activities, changes of work which may cause or tend to contribute to pollution of any body of water or groundwater. That's something you have to address, and that's not standard 4, not standard 5. That's your bylaw. Anyway, I'll leave it at that because you, Mr. McFarland, you asked me to be short. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Charlotte, there's one other person.
So I don't know if Mr. Greenup had any questions. He was just asking to promote his representatives. Mr. Greenup, if you would like to comment on anything else, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we can move forward. Yes, okay,
He
sounds
said
like that's
yes.
the case. Okay, give me one second. Thank you. Should be coming. There he is.
Mr. Greenup, you're muted right now. There you go.
Good evening. I really appreciate all the hard work of the commission. I think Jen and Mark said it all. The one thing I just wanted to say is that I've said this in the past, and I think our intentions are somewhat misunderstood. Is that I do believe that there's an engineering solution to having horses, and I think that's where the focus should be. I think it is there. I've looked at it myself. I've been in the construction business for, like Mark, a little bit less, since over 40 years. And I think if we focus on finding a solution instead of bantering back and forth, I think the horses will be there sooner. I've always said that I'm not generally opposed to horses in the town, and I'm actually not generally opposed to horses in my backyard. I believe, as I said before, and I'll say one more time, that the rules and regulations in the town are very prescriptive. And I think if we focus on trying to meet those with all of our intentions in mind, including our neighbors, the one who resides in between Rattlesnake Run. In order for that water, Tom, to get to Rattlesnake Run, it has to cross over my property. And that is right where that outfall pipe is right now. It's probably 20 feet away from my property where the outfall is now accelerating the water. And it's just disheartening that I feel like we're taking a step backwards, bantering back and forth. And I do believe if we work together, we can make this happen. And that's a few folks have joined some friends of mine in town and said this is much too complicated. So I hope I simplified it for other folks who might be listening in from town. Thank you. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you. Carmen, did you have something you wanted to offer?
Yes. So as far as water quality is concerned, what needs to be addressed is the water quality volume. And the water quality volume is determined by seeing what the increase in impervious areas are being proposed. In our case, we're decreasing impervious areas by over 2,500 square feet. So there is no water quality volume to treat here. Therefore, as far as treatment is concerned, there is no treatment that is needed. What needs to be there for water quality is a long-term pollution prevention plan, which is what we have, which is what happens. I mean, we need to do that whether we have an increase in impervious or not. And our first hearing, I'm sorry, but our first hearing, we asked to have this project reviewed by a peer engineer that does stormwater review. Now we're on our third hearing, and now we're going to have peer review. I mean, I changed the design. The design that was there at the beginning was sufficient because the stormwater regulations, your bylaw, require us to meet or exceed. We don't have to reduce. I changed my system in order to reduce.
Okay, Carmen, don't be upset. We understand. This is, you know, we're a volunteer commission. We're not all experts in water quality or anything of that sort. And perhaps we didn't hear or listen properly at the first meeting that you wanted to have a party review. This happens sometimes. You go around, like I said, we have 3 attorneys positions. We've got DEP, we've got commissioners, some which are here tonight, some which aren't. And we're looking at a situation as Alex has said, that it's not clearly defined in our bylaws. And yes, it has taken its time, and I'm sure the Blisses are not happy about it. But this is, we're all here trying to do what's right for our community and for our environment. And I apologize on behalf of the commission that it's taken this time to get to this point. I think that as you can see, everyone's made very good points. And we're now at a point where, I mean, this is my opinion. As I said, I'm one member tonight of a 4-member board that's here, and I apologize that it took time to get here. I apologize that I wasn't here last week and could have potentially brought it up then. But this is where we are tonight.
Thank you.
So I think the abutter's comment, Mr. Greenup's comment is worth considering, that there is an engineering solution to this. And so we have 2 engineers here. Well, yeah, 2 engineers here. Ms. Hudson, is there a solution to this? If we rule that you do have to adhere to our bylaws as maybe not succinctly stated, but still seem clear that we do have jurisdiction over water quality, how would you resolve this?
Well, actually, so Attorney Schultz read the regulations.
No, I don't want to argue about
whether or
not it applies. I want to know whether there is an engineering solution to this.
Yeah, so water quality is water quality of runoff, because we're talking about stormwater here.
You're evading my question.
Okay, so as far as an engineer, okay, so if I wanted to treat, first of all, what is there to treat? So let's say
Well, that's exactly my question. And I don't really believe that there's an individual in this crowd tonight who can make that holistic and unbiased opinion as to what there is to treat. You're approaching this purely as a stormwater engineer. But this, excuse me, this, I mean, believe me, in the month since I've been here, I've read so many articles by every university and horse committee up and down the East Coast. They all say this. You know what the first thing they say is, don't infiltrate. That's what they say. So, but again, we don't really have the base data to say what exactly we're dealing with. You can't say, you can't, for instance, say, it's 1.5 gallons of urine, it's 2 gallons of urine, and you spread it over 24 hours and they're only out there. You can't do that. Someone with expertise in this has to make the decision, has to look at this. This is why I'm saying third-party review, an expert in, Charlotte, what's the proper terminology for the gentleman that has been used before?
So the example that you're referring to would have been a principal water scientist from Team DL Solutions. He was requested to produce a nitrogen load report, not phosphorus though. So if that's something that's also of interest, I'm not sure about that, but he was requested by the commission to produce a nitrogen load report of 1 to 2 horses seasonally on a property very close to a salt marsh. And so his report, I'll just clarify, really just listed the data. It did not list any potential mitigation solutions in terms of stormwater or groundwater runoff. He really just provided the data about what the impact of having 2 horses seasonally on a property would do. So no, he didn't provide solutions on how to design something. That's just what I wanted to clarify, but his title was Principal Water Scientist.
So might I suggest something?
Yes.
Thank you. If the board feels it's necessary to hire an engineer or an appropriate individual to look at this, I'm wondering if the board would consider closing the hearing subject to receipt of that engineer's recommendations, because I believe that we've, as far as our design is concerned, I think that we've probably kind of reached our end here. And if the board wanted to impose conditions that were recommended by a third party person that is an independent third party, then in its consideration, it would be free to do so. But I agree with the chair. I see no reason to continue to banter back and forth. Our legal arguments are out there. We believe that our design and our plan, that means stormwater plan, long-term pollution prevention control plan, operation maintenance plan, all of them collectively address stormwater. And I think that the point that Carmen was making was that your stormwater regulations deal with runoff of contaminated stormwater. So Mr. Bell had asked very candidly and directly to Carmen, that being, well, is there an engineering solution? I think Carmen might not agree with the premise, because we don't believe that there's a problem. Okay, and if you want to have this looked at by somebody, that's fine, but I'm asking that the hearing be continued, be closed, subject to that review. Thank you.
Well, I still think that there is a solution to this. By the way, Mr. DeLisi, I'm a hydrogeologist. I understand pretty well what's the situation here. And I could imagine there is a solution here. You've got as has been pointed out, there's very little soil on this site. Therefore, the groundwater is relatively confined to that saturated zone. There is going to be some leakage into fractures into granite, but it's probably not very significant. You do not need to pave the paddock to capture that shallow groundwater. I think that that's absurd, as you said. But that's not a solution. It is possible, though, to capture that groundwater before it gets very far. And once it's captured, it could be treated perhaps with a bioretention chamber, filtration chamber, before it's released back into the groundwater. So I don't think you guys have exhausted your engineering potential. There seems to be some resistance that it's my way or the highway, and I'm starting to get a little frustrated here with that attitude.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a procedural point?
Yes, please.
So when the public hearing is closed, the bylaw requires that the commission issue a decision within 21 days. So if there are open questions, and you do need the applicant's consent to continue, but you essentially, the bylaw adopts the same standards of the Wetland Protection Act with regard to issuance of a decision.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, certainly we would assent to that if we were going to close the hearing subject to, receipt of a report. That would make sense.
Charlotte, would you promote Ms. Schultz and Mr. Haley one more time, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, one comment and just one question for the commission. My comment is that although obviously not our decision, we would strongly object to the closure of the hearing, which would seem to us at least intended to keep us or any other members of the public from having the opportunity for further comment. And then my question to the commission is what you intend to have peer reviewed, given the discussions of the need to consider water quality, given the failure at this point for the application and plan to consider water quality at all, and insistence that it still does not apply. And so I'm wondering whether you would desire for the peer reviewer to instruct and then have potentially, if advised, revisions thereafter, or whether the plans should be resubmitted with an engineering solution proposed, which I don't suggest I know what it would be, and then have that peer reviewed. So that's just my question for the commission. And I do believe that Mr. Haley did want to respond to Commissioner Bell's question, where he asked both engineers to provide their comment on what they believe from a civil engineering perspective, a potential list of solutions is. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So Mr. Chairman, and I'll echo what Mr. Bell said. A bioswale along the two sides of the paddock, which would pre-treat the water prior to infiltration, would be potentially an engineering solution. The peer reviewer, from what I understand you want to do, is get the bio-loading from the paddock so that we understand the quantity we need to treat. That would be the first, but it's then going to have to go back to the civil engineer for the blisses to design a system to mitigate those contaminants that are in the water. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I believe, Ms. Schultz, that Mr. Haley just answered the question you asked, because yes, that is exactly what I would expect we would do. If everyone is in agreement, which is the commissioners and the applicant to have this done.
Carmen, did you have a comment? See you raising your hand.
Yes, so if that would satisfy the commission, we could design a bioswale along the paddock.
I would be happy to design a bioswale. I have no idea what that is. So if Carmen and Mr. Aldrich, Mr. Haley feel that that's a solution, then bioswale it is.
So Mrs. Bliss, it's relatively simple. You have a trench already proposed in the design, but instead of it just being a trench with crushed stone in it, you might have a trench with compost, peat moss, and wood chips. So you essentially reduce the nitrogen and phosphates in the water that's coming off of there, and then maybe there's a pipe at the lower end of it that then takes it to the infiltration system. But you pre-treated the water prior to discharging it, but you've addressed the water quality issue coming off the paddock. That's really what we're talking about.
Once again, that could be a condition of approval, and we would have to do the bioswale. It could be just like that. I mean,
It sounds expensive, but we're in this.
I think it's relative. I don't think it's that expensive.
You're already going to dig a trench and fill it with sand.
Right.
Maybe it's cheaper. Which is more expensive, Carmen? The carbon source or the sand?
I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah. Thanks,
I'm
Carmen.
sorry, Dan and Kelly are going to find out.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Mr. Haley, would you be satisfied that we don't necessarily need a third party to quantify the load?
No, I think you do, Mr. Bell.
Okay.
I think that's the important piece here, that's never been defined what that is. And then the Blisses need to, if it's a 4-hour sequence that they're going to be in the paddock or what it is, that criteria needs to get to the peer reviewer, because the peer reviewer you described as a wetland, and he's going to come up with what the bio load will be in that runoff. That's what I've been struggling with myself is exactly what that is and how much do I have to treat.
Just to clarify, I don't want to speak on the person's behalf who we went to last time, but it was he was a principal water scientist from TMDL Solutions, asked to produce a nitrogen load analysis technical memorandum. So really all he did was analyze the nitrogen load on 1 to 2 horses seasonally being on a property near a salt marsh, but his memo did not provide any solutions in regards to, bioswales or retention areas. So I think really the commission, I don't want to speak for, I don't know who was there at the time. I don't know if anyone on the commission was there. It was March last year. But that was the report. It was really just clarifying that data, not clarifying environmental engineering solutions.
Yeah, Charlotte, the point is, what is the load? And
Okay.
once that's known, then Carmen has the necessary information to know
Okay.
The throughput through her bioswale.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted to.
And that nitrogen load number will provide her with that.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like the commission is interested in hiring that person to provide a similar nitrogen load report for this project, and then providing that to Carmen and the applicant, and then having Carmen include those engineering solutions based on that data.
Yeah, that's the way I understand it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's what I got. I just wanted to make sure to peel apart engineer versus principal water scientist.
Yeah.
Ms. Bliss, I apologize if my terminology is wrong. The area we're looking at, the one closest to the Greenwich property, you're referring to that as a paddock? Is that
Mhm.
correct?
That's correct.
And will that, is the hope to keep that in grass?
Yes.
Okay. I just wasn't 100% sure on that kind of information.
And that's why they can only be on it for a few hours a day.
Yes.
Because they can overeat and get quite ill.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
they'll be inside the barn.
Yeah. I didn't know if that was part of your operations plan. It probably does not necessarily, it's information that this person will need to have to
Yeah.
understand how the rotation is going to work.
Mhm. That's all in the stable management plan.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to recommend that we look at this third party to give us loading information, that this information would come back. We'll see what the turnaround is on it. I'm not, per council's recommendation, I'm going to ask that we continue this hearing. And I'd like to see if everyone's in favor of that kind of way of proceeding.
I'll just clarify for the Blisses as well that normally when we do a peer review, just, it is at the applicant's expense. So what we would do is, we would send a proposal to you, and if that's okay, we will initiate it, and then we'll provide with the report. So that just want to make sure that that's understandable and acceptable.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
It sounds like you have a pretty loaded next hearing, so we understand that as well. So
That was going to be my next question. So of course, up to the applicants as well. But right now, with that continued hearing that we just added, I believe that's 7 or 8 hearings. And then I will
Sure.
say I also have 4 or 5 certificate of compliance requests, but those are at the end, so you guys don't have to worry about those.
Charlotte, obviously, it's going to come down to whether or not how
Yeah.
quickly this can be looked at.
Correct, yeah.
But if I'm going to say that if we can possibly fit this one in, we should do it.
Okay, that sounds good.
I mean, I think what's going to happen at the next hearing, if as quickly as they can, create a report, they're going to issue it. We'll be able to circulate it. It'll be a very quick hearing because he's going to tell us what he knows, and it's going to be passed on. So as quick as it should be in for the 17th.
Well, Chris, there's a second part of that. Once he's produced his report, then of course, Ms. Hudson has to design her bioswale, and we need to review that. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I'm just saying, as far as
We're talking about 2 continuations.
right. That's why I'm saying the next one should be.
Put this off a month. Give them a chance to complete the process of determining the load and then designing the system, and then
That's fine. Yeah, not have a hearing in between. That's fine.
Yeah.
The only reason I was suggesting having a hearing is if the third party wanted to explain any information that he's passing on, then that hearing would give them the opportunity to do that.
I think that's a good idea.
Or for the applicant to ask questions, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. If the applicant would have questions and would want to critique perhaps the peer review, they should have that opportunity before Ms. Hudson goes to the trouble of designing something that based on information that the Blisses find some flaw in. So yeah, okay. Let's do it right after. Let's do it right, as soon as we can after the water quality scientists or whatever. What was he called there?
We have no concerns there. I mean, the amount of manure is going to be all vacuumed and put away. This is just beyond quite.
So you.
When your hands up, do you have something?
Yes. Hi.
Yep.
So I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if it was me. So I just want to be clear. So what you are saying is that at the 17th hearing, there will be a water scientist that will explain his findings, and he would have some kind of guidance as far as, okay, for this much nitrogen, you're going to need this size water quality swale or bioswale. Is that what we're looking at?
I would expect that you'd have to take that data and design it. You're the engineer. He's not an engineer.
Well, shouldn't this be reviewed by a civil engineer that deals with stormwater?
Well, let me ask you, have you ever designed a bioswale?
Yeah, but not for nitrogen. I mean, I would have to have a specific parameters as far as, okay, this size, you know, this depth with this material underneath would treat so much, you know? I mean,
Sounds to me like you maybe need a subcontractor, maybe?
well, we
Need
also,
Somebody that has done this before?
at the same time, you know,
I'm
sorry, I guess I'm just frustrated.
The peer review is simply going to provide you with the raw data. And you take that and base your design upon that. And if you don't know how to do that, you're going to need help someplace.
I'm happy to ask the water scientist if it sounds like I actually did reach out to him initially because I had questions about just this stuff in general. It sounds like this isn't the first request he's received just in his career recently about handling, you know, these types of requests from horse use. So I can ask him if he's able to provide us any solutions that might, you know, any type of data that an engineer might be able to use to design a bioswale. So unfortunately, I can't guarantee it. I was just going off of the technical memorandum that that we had publicly, received last year for a different project, but I'm definitely happy to ask him to see if he's able to provide any of that information that might be of assistance to Carmen and, the applicant's team. Sorry, it doesn't answer the question, but just want to help.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Haley, I see you raising your hand. Do you have a question?
Mr. Chair, I agree with what you're saying, Charlotte, and I think asking him in one of the letters we sent before the last meeting, I had a list of things that a peer reviewer should look at for this specific site because of the high groundwater and the rock. And I think he's got to put that into his equation because we don't have a lot of soil above the groundwater level that we can use to create a bioswale or treat. Normally, you'd like the water table is down 10 feet. You have a lot of area that you can in fact use to treat the material, like in a Title V system. Here we essentially, and Mr. Bell said it earlier tonight, the water's going to go down, it's going to hit the rock. After that, it's going horizontally or it's going downhill, downslope. So I'd like him to he needs to look at that also as he's doing his loading, if you will.
Mr. Haley, usually for peer reviews, I haven't done one for this particular request, but usually we do give the peer reviewer all of the publicly received documents.
Great.
So yeah, usually that's the process that they were to get all the public record documents that everyone has so far and look at that with considerations. Great. But again, with the principal water scientist, I'm not so sure. I think
Well, Charlotte, what we should do is you and Tom, myself, any other commissioner who wants to, we should get together and speak with the individuals and make sure we have the right person who can analyze this situation. All right.
Okay. Alex, just want to double check. I don't think we can do that outside of a public meeting.
Not a quorum. No.
Yeah.
Okay, then how about you and Tom figure out who the right person
Sounds
is?
good.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
And that's, I assume that's with the understanding that still he's providing the data to.
Correct.
He's not going to design the system. He's simply going to provide facts.
Right. I mean, unless it turns out that in his office, they have people who can provide basic information back to Carmen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to propose that we do set this for the 17th. Dependent upon what the ability to contract and get a report from a third-party individual is. Are we all in agreement for that? Don't all speak at once.
You're asking the applicant.
Oh, you are? I'm sorry. I thought he was asking you. Yes, I think that's what we agreed to.
Thank you.
Is the 17th a month? I don't know if they did.
No, 17th is 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
We're
Okay.
hoping we can get someone to jump right on this. Because no one's busy these days. See what we can do. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Thank you.
Here we go. Is it just us now?
Are we done yet?
No,
Sorry, no.
It's just us in the panelists, the plenty of attendees still here. Okay, I'm sorry, Charlotte, just very quickly. I'm now on the agenda. It says continued hearings. Why was there one up front?
I think we wanted to read the public notice, but we can read it on the 17th. We've already acknowledged during the hearing that the applicant requested a continuance. They needed some more time on the documents.
Okay, well, I didn't have the notice, so I couldn't.
That's okay. Sorry, I thought you did. That's why
All
we
right,
put
let's
it
go
on.
to certificates of compliance.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make these quick, guys, but luckily it's two simple projects, dock projects. So the first one is 33 Stanton Road. This is NOI 21-21. So this was a dock through Saltmarsh. There were 60 pilings, 30 sets in total. So the minor deviations that I found, other than just a slight 0.1 difference in the final elevation, the dock, the pier length is about 4 feet longer than originally proposed. So my concern was mostly looking at the sets of pilings in the salt marsh and partially in this little pocket BVW that you guys can see here. So that is the same. The gangway, the float, and the stairs are all the same. The only thing I just wanted to point out to the commission is there did have to be some vegetation cutting for the dock installation. Am I cutting out? Sorry. Or am I just going slow?
No, you're good.
You're fine.
Okay, so this was I believe it was the invasive version of a buckthorn. So it did have to just be cut back. I did tell them if they wanted to take it out completely, they had to come back to us. So really they just hacked it back so they could install the dock. And so I just wanted to kind of note that because obviously, we had to do some cutting because that's where the survey stakes were when I was at the pre-construction visit. And then I do want to note this temporary disturbance to the salt marsh. This is a result of the contractor who does most of the dock projects in town. What he does is instead of, bringing machinery on the salt marsh, which is not allowed, which he doesn't do, what he does is install wooden boards so that when they're putting in the pilings, they step on the wooden boards and they don't step in the salt marsh. I imagine these slight footprints were when they were just taking the boards out. So I have talked to the contractor about this for other dock projects, and based on what I can see, this does recover and come back. It just looks kind of bad right now because they had just finished this project. Like for example, they got their Chapter 91 and Army Corps licenses at some point this summer, had a pre-construction visit in August, and they've just finished in November. So just wanted to note this and see if the commission has any concerns. But the contractor does not use barges and he does not bring equipment onto the salt marshes. This is just from the wooden boards that they put down so that their crew can come in and install the dock. So it looks bad, but I've been told that it's really just temporary in nature and the marsh comes back because the grass wasn't removed. It was just a little squished. But does anyone have any concerns?
It's Spartina, it's coming back.
I know, yeah. So for this project, I want to just add a note that actually dock projects in general, our new boilerplate does not have that maintain the float upland away from the resource area. That used to be a condition in our older order conditions, but I checked both of these that I'm presenting to you tonight, and for some reason that template condition is not in our boilerplate. So I would definitely suggest we add that back in. But for now, the only condition that I would recommend if we even want to apply it would be the no herbicides thing, either to be consistent, but this project obviously doesn't necessarily apply. Just I don't know if we want to set a precedent every time we close an order of conditions. But other than that, I don't have any other deviations to report. So does anyone have any questions, concerns?
Yeah, get those back in there.
Yeah, I want that back in there. Helps everybody. I do talk to everybody, obviously, saying it's part of the rules and regulations, so they can't do it anyway. But I definitely think it helps when you put it as an ongoing condition as a COC. It's a double reminder. So that's that one. Any other comments?
Like
Can we vote?
treated lumber, was that cedar? What is that built out?
Looks like Camaro.
Yeah,
It's like cheap teak.
yeah.
I mean, cheap Ipe.
Yeah,
Interesting.
but it's not cheap.
No, it's not.
It's cheaper.
Cheaper, exactly.
To build a dock is not cheap in general.
All right, I make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for NOI 19-23 at 61 Nichols Road. Have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second, we issue a certificate of compliance for 19-23. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Belline.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0. Okay, 33 Stanton Road.
Oh, sorry, 61 Nichols. There we go, second one. So I'm just going to share the as-built plan because it's a little bit easier to explain, but I'll definitely show photos. So the pier, the gangway, and the float were all built per plan. There were 6 pilings, 3 sets in total. So that would, I'm sorry, 10, so 5 total. These little squares were existing concrete, and that was already on the initial plan. So when I saw it in the field, I was like, what is that? But it was already an existing condition. So I just want to note that. So a couple deviations here that I'll show in the photos. And I will also just note that moving forward with COCs, I would really like more information on these. You know, I do have to do some measurements in the field sometimes, which again, happy to do, but I definitely have a lot of visits to take care of. So sometimes that, yeah. Anyway, so gangway and float we're okay. I didn't see any scarring or permanent damage to the salt marsh or anywhere below the mean low water line. One of the minor deviations is they did install this kayak rack. It just wasn't on the original plan. I've seen that with other docks, but yeah, this one just wasn't specified. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't.
How is that? Is that off the dock or is it on the ground?
Yeah, so it hangs off the dock and then they put the kayaks there. So it's not in the ground, it's just like connected underneath the dock and it just kind of hangs there. Yeah, and then the bottom section of this dock was supposed to have railings. It just doesn't have them. And then the deviation that was mostly noted was the stairs were supposed to go down to this area, but as you guys can see, there are trees here and ledge. So in order to not disturb any ledge or trees or vegetation, they had put instead of stairs, they built a ramp. And I will say that's another common deviation. A lot of people go between stairs and ramps, but yeah, I don't know how much of a concern you guys have, but this is where the stairs were supposed to go. So they didn't want to disturb these trees. That's why they put the ramp perpendicular to the pier. So, you know, this is the existing concrete pilings that were already here from the approved plan. And then no other trees looked like they were disturbed for the installation of the ramp. But yeah, just noting that they were supposed to put stairs here. They didn't, they put a ramp here. And the pier itself was supposed to be 6 feet wide. I don't know why, but it's only 4 feet wide, so not sure how much of a concern that is. But other than that, no other deviations. Same thing with that boilerplate condition about storing the float upland was taken out of our template, so I would definitely want to put that back in. And I don't know if we want to, again, apply the herbicides condition, but doesn't really seem to be applicable here. So does anyone have any questions about this one?
No, but you should get both those back in, all of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's another pet project of mine. I really want to update the stormwater permit conditions and the order of conditions again. So maybe that's something we can put on a late agenda.
Okay, I'll make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for NOI 21-21 at 33 Stanton Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0.
And I'll just say for 2 seconds that I did send you guys some papers that I thought were really interesting about docks. They have some environmentally sensitive variables and concerns that, just everyone wants a dock these days. I just thought it was interesting. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a dock in.
Oh, sorry, Chris, what was that?
I said I'm gonna put a dock in.
Submit an NOI. Submit an NOI.
Where, to your kiddie pool?
No, I'm gonna put it into the ocean from my house. It's only 1.5 miles.
Oh, you're gonna
The
do
site
it?
plan will be a little long.
It'll be waterfront in 25 years.
Advertise it on a home sale. Waterfront mile dock.
Exactly.
Mm.
All right, what's this one? It's 1979.
That one, unfortunately, I have to table for next time. I had found a COC that I thought was good, but unfortunately it wasn't because the lots changed and there's registry details. So they had to submit a new COC request. So that one's on for next time.
Okay. Construction updates?
All right, let me pull up the agenda real quick. So 256, 258 North Main, just to give you guys a quick update. It sounds like we still have some concerns with obviously the construction. So I will be working on a show cause hearing. So stay tuned for that. 147 South Main, we're still waiting on the soil sample analysis from the lovely incident a couple weeks ago. They'd had the water samples analyzed and the parts per million were not levels of concern for contamination, but we're still waiting on the soil stuff. So I have reached out about that. For Rose Hill Lane, this was a very easy pool patio project that we had approved partially in the 100-foot buffer. So they're starting that soon and they expect to finish by the spring. I just had a pre-construction visit. And then 124 South Main, same thing. This was I think it was a dock, tiny addition, and I'm sorry, not a dock, a deck, tiny addition, and some additional landscaping. They are about to start very soon, and they also are planning to finish in the spring. And then I apologize, 102 Howe Road, I meant to put on this one. Is it okay if I bring that up, or should I do 48-hour notice for that?
Yeah, go ahead. Bring it up as a 48-hour notice right now.
Okay, so 48-hour notice. So 102 Howe Road. National Grid is back and they are here at 102 Howe. So as the wetland delineation was happening the same day, earlier in the morning, I had gone out with the arborist, Joe King from National Grid. Basically what needs to happen on the site, and as we know that now that we have the 100-foot delineation, some of these trees and repair work are in the 100-foot buffer. So long story short, to maintain existing utilities, National Grid is exempt. However, I have been trying to establish a really good communication network with National Grid because although these activities are exempt to maintain and replace existing utility lines, we still need written notice as required in our bylaws. So they are now pretty well aware of that. And they did provide written notice that I forwarded to you guys. However, unfortunately, they did have to remove a handful of trees. Luckily, they were all relatively small caliper size. But I did want National Grid to flag the trees that they were removing so that I know that it wasn't the applicant. So when I'm evaluating a COC in the future, I know that the tree removals were from National Grid and not from the applicant. So I didn't want to stand in their way, but at the same point, I kind of wanted I wanted to supervise. So just wanted to show you guys the photos that this is the utility pole that they, you know, one of the utility poles that was leaning and the power lines had sagged down from a storm. So National Grid had put pink ribbons around each of these small baby trees along the area where they need to go. They needed to get in here, by the way. And so as you can see, this is the primary line, and it actually ends right here for some reason. Don't know why it just does. So as you can see, the power line is like drooping down. So they needed to prop this back up, change the lines. So mostly doing tree trimming. That is their standard practice. However, they are allowed to cut down trees of a certain size caliper to maintain the existing utilities. But I wanted them to be extra cautious given the fact there's an order of conditions on this property. So I just wanted to let you guys know, I did ask them to flag everything. These are just photos of the existing conditions. They did flag this area, but I do have photos of that too, but just to show you guys the damage from previous storms. So most of the trees were babies like this. No huge trees were cut and cut down for this project, but that will just be noted with a COC request in the future. Anybody have any questions?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, that's it.
Good job.
Thank you. Wait, did we have a meeting discussion on this or no? Did we have a meeting length discussion on this agenda or no? Oh yeah, we did. Crap. Sorry.
I did watch you all talk about it last week. I thought it was great.
Okay. So I think we did a great job in terms of, you know, keeping our hearings consistent, limiting speaking times, and just going through commissioner comments and then general public comments. So I think that's just a really good formula to
Chris,
just keep going.
Good job tonight.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and Chris, good job steering Carmen there. She was gonna
That's
read
right.
everything
That's
chapter
right.
and verse again, and it just was unnecessary.
Yeah, that's what I figure.
No, so yeah, we do
I
appreciate
understand your
that.
frustration. You know, the engineers get involved in these projects and they work hard, and when they don't like to be told, oh, well, it's not good enough, or they needed to do this or that, and it professionally, it's hard to hear that. I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah. Yeah.
So.
I just have one 48-hour issue. So I was on Border Street the other day and I can't remember the number. It's like, we approved the dock. It was that house.
75 border,
What is it?
75 border? Is it on
Maybe.
the opposite side from the Lobster Pound?
No, further up. It was like a rebuild house. It came in front of us a couple times. It changed contractors, it changed owners.
Yeah, I know which one you mean, yeah.
The one that's for sale, that's got a for sale sign in front
Yeah,
of it?
it's for sale.
Yeah.
Oh, 99 border, yeah.
Yeah, 99 border.
That's on the agenda for next time.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. I don't know how much we can say other than we haven't opened the hearing yet, but that's on the agenda for next time.
We looked at that. We looked at that house when we first moved. We're thinking about moving here.
Mhm.
But you remember the family, like the last time they came to us, they changed the dock. And there was like a family and they're like, you know, oh, it's all we wanted, you know, we just want to use the dock to bring our
remember
kids
that.
down here. It's
All we ever wanted
I
was.
feel
to-
like we should save this for when we open the hearing, but yes, that one is on the 11/17 agenda as well as a COC for a different project.
why is it coming back?
So with the 2021 project that we had previously closed out about, you know, the whole patio thing, they had a dock on that plan, but
Yes.
there was a rush to sell the home. And so the agreement was, just so you know, if you close out this 2021 permit with the conservation's approval for your dock, you close it out with a COC, you need a new order of conditions and a new chapter 91 and all that other stuff. And so they, in a rush to close out a 2021 permit for that deck, the patio and the dock, they only did the deck and the patio. And they agreed that they knew they would have to resubmit a notice of intent for the dock. So that's what they're doing. And then I'll just note for the next agenda as well, there's also a COC that is also on the property for 2017 for the house construction. So it's like a two-part.
Okay.
Next.
So
Stay tuned.
I wasn't bringing it up because
Yeah.
it's on the agenda. I'm bringing it up because I'm tired of people like lying to us.
I agree.
But I was reading and I'll have to find it. It's in our rules and regs.
Mhm.
We can pull a permit. Like we have the
Yes.
authority to
I
of permits.
think so. I don't, yeah.
I feel like I would, maybe we'll have to go to legal counsel, but if that's true that we can suspend a permit or something, I'm gonna start every meeting with an announcement that if you lie to me, as soon as we find out, I'm pulling the permit. Because I'm getting sick of it.
No perjury.
But Chris, everybody wants to tell their little story about how this tree is going to fall on their child in 10 years and therefore they need to cut it down now, or this is their dream house. They just can't wait to build it and retire here. And you know, that whole song and dance that Andrew Flynn.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
Yeah. We can definitely cut. I mean, like we did talk about this during the meeting discussion last time, that like, we don't need to hear any of that. And we really just want to hear about the project. So we can, if the applicant or their legal counsel or whatever tries to come in and say a story, I think we should cut them off just politely and say, excuse me, Mr. or Mrs. whatever, Miss whatever, please describe the project. Like,
I will.
Yeah.
I will
You don't want to
that.
see your kids' pictures.
Yeah.
I'll be practicing that in my regular day job. Don't worry.
We don't need the SOAP Act, you know, just tell us the project. That's what you're here for. That's what you're paying for.
Just the facts, ma'am.
Yep.
I'm just jealous.
Show me the
because
Carfax.
I just don't have a good sob story.
I can make them up. I just wouldn't sound convincing. So I don't know how these applicants do it.
With a straight face.
Yeah, I can't do that. No. I would just start laughing.
Well, I hope Andrews had a flexible, what do they call that? A very adjustable mortgage on that property, so he can pay big money right now because no one's buying it.
Yeah, what, you know, maybe he laid down cash for it.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, he you want to take a look at some of the companies he's been associated with. It does big projects in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
So he might have just laid down cash on that thing. You know, the one across the street, you know how much that one sold for? Almost $3 million.
That little one in the woods?
The little one in the woods. And
I'm waiting for that one to show up.
You know what? There's room there to build something.
Open Spaces is always looking for land to buy. I mean, that'd be a good little piece of conservation land there.
Oh,
There you go.
Wouldn't it?
Oh, also, Chris, do you have a quick update on open space stuff? I know.
Yeah.
For the-
So yeah, they're looking for a grant for the Wild Cohasset to do some invasive treatment work on the Wheelwright Park, and then we're also looking we're a tree city or through the arborist. So we're looking to continue that, and so we're looking at a grant. There's a couple grants that you can apply for, which we might, which they might, I'm just the liaison, but they might look for like some support from, like a support letter from Concom. We're not exactly sure what we're going to be asking to do with the grant, but my suggestion was possibly like a tree inventory of all the public trees or something like that, so that they can get a management plan going for the trees, public trees anyways.
Like trees just on bordering the streets, or?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of public spaces, so it would that would be the start of, I'd say, phase one, the streets, the public streets and parks that are, I mean, interior parks, not like the Wheelwright and stuff, but yeah.
Awesome.
So the Harbor Committee met yesterday, and it looks like the Woods Hole Group will do a analysis of the harbor in downtown area with and particularly with regard to wastewater treatment plant and the water the drinking water treatment, but also flood risk and things like that. Looks like I saw in the paper, and Harbor Commission didn't seem to be aware of this, but Cohasset just got $163,000 to do this study. And so I knew I'd read it, but I couldn't remember where, so I didn't say anything about it. But I did find it in the Coastal Mariner and sent it over to Tim Davis, because the conversation was about the two new people that joined us as interns for a year. Montana, I can't remember Montana's last name. Have you met her, Charlotte?
Think so. No, not yet.
Yeah, she's just a recent graduate of Townsend State University. She is a town resident, or her family lives here. She's already done some work on healthy lawns. She started the Healthy Lawn Initiative. Really nice young woman, and so she's going to work for us for a year on grant writing. And then another grant writer who has 20 years experience, it sounds like, has also joined town. But we may not need to write those grants. It looks like the legislature gave us $163,000 to fund Woods Hole. So that's going to be very interesting. It's going to be an eye opener. I've already had a preview of some of the data that I was able to get from them about the size of the waves that are possible in Cohasset Cove. Let me tell you, it is scary. It is really scary. That 14-foot base flood elevation at Atlantica, that's too low.
I used to see those maps all the time for Florida, and it's honestly hilarious at how terrifying it is.
Oh man!
And even more so, how people don't listen.
Woods Hole did a and this isn't Woods Hole Institute, it's Woods Hole Group. It's an engineering firm that has offices all up and down the East Coast, and I think they have some offices overseas. They look like they're a pretty good outfit, but they did a contract model for the entire coast here in Massachusetts for state government. And so they're sitting on an amazing amount of data and analysis. So they're really the people to look to give us advice about how to protect town, not necessarily from sea level rise, but just, sea level rise is so slow. We don't really have much to worry about for a while, but what we do have to worry about is the warming North Atlantic. And the ferocity of the storms that we're going to be facing. And so that's something that the town's going to have to come to grips with here real soon, it looks like. But we're going to get great advice from these guys. I think they did the same thing for Hingham, and I read the report. It was really comprehensive, and they offered, I believe, 5 different engineering solutions. One where you build a giant dike a la Amsterdam right away, and the other ones were incremental things, including a glass stormwater wall that can be deployed or stored, which is kind of interesting. So that's the one where you preserve your view, but can deploy one of these things out in an emergency. Apparently they work. They said
Are they just
Wait,
looking
Charlotte?
at engineering solutions, or are they looking at like any ecological restoration and how you can kind of armor the coastlines, ecological, like salt marshes, barrier beaches, all that
Yeah.
good stuff that serve as natural buffers?
Yeah, I think the emphasis really is on infrastructure.
Yeah.
In terms of armoring the coast, and but they do consider the wave attenuation due to eelgrass beds, for example.
Yeah, that was
or
that was the other one.
How durable Bassig's Beach might be in a big storm. So they are looking at it from a holistic standpoint. Pretty interesting.
Cool. Yeah, I was just curious because that's one of the first things that comes to mind is you got to, protect those natural buffers and then obviously have the engineering buffers as well.
It's going to be a wake up call for everybody here.
Oh yeah.
That's for sure, because it's not going to be cheap. and it's going to interfere with probably step on a lot of homeowners' toes.
I'm sure.
If we start raising the road beds, for example. You know that Margin Street in places is only about 7 feet above sea level, and it should be. Remember the Butlers came to us to raise
their boathouse
and their boathouse up to base FEMA base flood, which was 12 feet. I think it was 10 feet there.
Mhm.
And so that means Margin Street, which is at 7 feet, would have to come up 3 feet, something like that, or more.
Oof,
Oh, yeah,
fun.
yeah.
Sounds expensive.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, if you do it incrementally, right, every time you pave it, you just raise it a foot. And, over the course of a couple of decades, and it's not, it doesn't come as a giant shock to everybody. So this is what Woods Hole will do. They'll propose a number of engineering solutions that will be of incremental cost and incremental protection as well.
Cool.
All right.
So that's the Harbor Committee report. There's going to be another meeting next week. So these guys are really,
I might hit you up for those grant writers if you don't need them.
what's that?
I might get the contact info for those grant writers for open
They're
spaces.
town employees.
Good. All right.
Yeah.
Good to know.
It's 10:40.
Oh, yeah, we can go another hour,
Early night.
Motion to adjourn?
It's well past cocktail hour, so yeah, let's adjourn.
Okay. I'll take that as a second. All in
Yeah.
favor? Aye.
All right.
Excellent.
Have a good night, guys. Have a good
Thanks,
weekend.
everyone.
All right,
Bye,
Bye.
Bye.
Charlotte.
Thanks, guys.